Recording in progress.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Okay, thank you. We're starting, and I welcome all of you to the third annual Development Finance Conference, which is run by the Department of Finance and Accounting at the University of Nairobi. For me, as the chair of the conference, I'm very grateful to our keynote speakers for accepting to grace this occasion. The paper presenters who have been supporting us throughout these years, and of course the participants who have continually thirsted for this knowledge and have continued to join us each and every year. Now, I want to call upon the coordinator of research and conferences and publications from the Faculty of Business and Management Science, Professor Justus Munyoki, who will then introduce my chairman of department, and my chairman of department will introduce my dean, and thereafter the protocol will follow each other as the boss introduces the boss up to the last boss. Thank you very much, Professor Munyoki. Professor Munyoki. I can't cite him yet. Now, if Professor Munyoki is not in the link yet, let me take this opportunity to introduce the chairman of Department of Finance and Accounting, Professor Cyrus Iraya, to take this opportunity to address the conference participants. Professor Iraya.
At the University of Nairobi, we make your dreams come true. Our students are practically equipped for the job market by prioritizing cutting-edge technology, training, and applied research. With 8 campuses located in Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa, and over 6 specialized faculties, the University of Nairobi is the best university to consider for your future. We have over 500 courses to offer you endless opportunities to explore your passion. With internationally recognized undergraduate and postgraduate qualifications on offer, you will be able to establish a successful career path at the University of Nairobi. Managed by a team of experienced academic staff and alumni, UON graduates are always given a competitive edge in their respective fields and are equipped with both theoretical and real-work experience. With our student-centered approach, we foster a culture of excellence in learning and focus on creating innovative entrepreneurs that can challenge convention and change the world. UON graduates have great reputation because we do not only bring academic qualifications, but also ambition, determination, hard work, and the burning desire to exceed expectations. UON graduates have a reputation for having good work ethic, trustworthiness, and being prepared for the work environment. Our programs are balanced between theory and practical lessons. We also have great facilities, laboratories, and state-of-the-art equipment, so we are well prepared to start working immediately we graduate. Our campus life is fun and exciting. It feels like home away from home. We have students from different backgrounds and countries, therefore we have a cosmopolitan environment where we're able to meet new people, make new friends, and learn different cultures. We welcome you to interact further with our faculty and staff members in various departments.
Just like any other institution of high learning in any country, its history refinement decided to, and they came up with what offering degrees and also diplomas and certificates in a number of technical subjects. Then after that, with Kenya's independence and the strong nationalistic feelings in the region.
Yes, Tim, Professor Munyoki, are you now on board?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Yes. I can see you now. You're on board. Thank you. And sorry for the technical challenge. Including me, I'll put on my video shortly after I sort it. So Professor Munyoki, you can give your speech and take over. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Eli. Our Associate Vice Chancellor, Professor Margaret, who I believe is presenting our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama, our Dean, Professor Malu, Chairman of Department, Professor Cyrus Iraya, members of staff, distinguished guests, paper presenters, students, and colleagues. Good afternoon. Indeed, this afternoon, we have our second of our 3 conferences that are being hosted by the School of Business. Rather, we said we must be forgiven when we pronounce school. Now it's Faculty of Business. And we started off in the morning with the 6th DMBA Africa Management Review Conference. But now we have our second conference, which is actually the third African Development Finance Conference, which was started in the year 2019, and today they're in their third edition. This conference has attracted a lot of abstracts from across Africa and even beyond Africa. And we are very happy when we have a conference like this one, which again, just like the DMBA, which is hosted by the Department of Business Administration, this is hosted by the Department of Finance and Accounting. I want to thank Dr. Duncan Ely and the department for the commitment that they have shown. I would like to say that it took them only just the last 1 month to put this one together, because initially we thought it would not be possible to have this conference within such a short time. So I want to thank you, Dr. Ely, and the Dean as well for supporting us. Thank you very much, Professor FEC, for supporting us, because when we came on board again, you were so willing to accommodate this department, although they came in a little bit late when we had almost put everything else together. Members present, so distinguished guests, I want to say that conferences are very important to us as a faculty, because these are the ones that we use to interact with the industry, to interact with our own colleagues from across Africa and across the globe, as it were, so that we can know the latest trends. And this we are going to see in the next few, today and tomorrow, as we're going to present our papers. We have looked at the abstracts being presented by the presenters here, and they are very high quality. I want to assure you, Madam FEC. And we hope that the output that is coming out today, will be very useful, not just to our school, but also to the industry. I want to welcome each one of us to participate, to give our input, and to critique what is being presented by the others. Thank you very much. I didn't really want to make a long speech, but I want to finally say that the outputs, the papers being presented today, we have a journal again, housed in the Department of Finance and Accounting. We are going to take them through a very rigorous review process, and we assure the paper presenters that the good papers will be able to publish them. Again, we appeal to all participants and paper presenters that we now have these very dynamic journals, which are housed in the Faculty of Business. Let us come forward, let us share what we know, so that we are able to disseminate the knowledge, which is part of what the university stands for. Thank you very much, members, and may God bless you.
You have already introduced my chairman, Professor Cyrus Iraya.
Okay.
And I can see he's in the house. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor Munyoki and Dr. Eri. The AVC, Professor Margaret Hutchinson, the Director of Research, Professor Atia Wallis, the Dean, Professor Jackson Maru, the Research Coordinator, Professor Justus Munyoki, our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and good morning for those who are in the mornings. I want to take this chance and this time to welcome each one of you to this conference hosted by the Department of Finance and Accounting with the theme of Financing Sustainable Development, Research, Innovation, and Mentorship. As a department, we are honored to be with you. We want to also thank the university for helping us in arranging this conference. Year in, year out, this is the third time that we are arranging, and we have got support from the university. Let me also appreciate the keynote speakers who are present with us. Professor Abdul Karim from Howard University, Inda Nganga from Startup Innovation at the Global Council for Promotion of International Trade, Professor Peter Kobonyo, our professor at the Department of Business Administration, and also the Corubia Global Centers, who we have organized this conference jointly together. I want to also appreciate the committee that have been organizing this conference, led by Dr. Duncan Airy, who is also the editor-in-chief of our African Development Finance Journal. Dr. Airy, thank you for the work you're doing for the department and the able committee that you had. Now, when I think about financing sustainable development, I can know that this is a very timely theme because of the fact that as we formulate COVID-19 post-recovery strategies, we cannot forget about funding. Where will fund come from? And for the projects that we are going to undertake, are they sustainable? Because of the competitions that we're going to have in funding or fund requirements, we actually need to look at sustainability as a major issue in this case. So this, therefore, is a timely conference, and I am waiting eagerly on the deliberations that are going on. Our paper presenters, we have looked at these papers. They are very high quality papers. Again, we are waiting to listen to your presentations and make improvements on those papers. The Department of Finance and Accounting that has organized this conference is charged with the responsibility of teaching and examining in finance and accounting courses, as well as spearheading research in development, in research in these areas, and also development in these areas. We have various programs that we offer at the department. For example, we have a BCom specialization in accounting and finance. We have a BSc specializing in finance and accounting. We have a very famous Master of Science in Finance, an MBA specializing in finance and accounting, and we have a PhD specialization in accounting, banking, and finance. As a department, we endeavor to be professional, to offer tactical and practical training in those areas of finance, banking, insurance, and accounting. I am very happy to welcome each one of you, and I hope that each one of you will gain a lot as we discuss in this conference. Allow me to invite the Dean, Faculty of Business and Management Sciences, to invite the AVC after that. Welcome, Dean.
Thank you very much, Cyrus. And thank you, Ellie, and your team for a job very well done. I think so far we are seeing a very good progress. The Vice Chancellor, and here represented by the Associate Vice Chancellor, Professor Margaret Hutchinson, our chief guest, Dr. Murugi Dirango from Columbia Global Centers, Nairobi. Our keynote speakers, Professor Abdul Bagura and Ida Nganga, as well as our very own Professor Kobonyo, Chair of the Department of Finance and Accounting, Professor Iraya, the conference organizing convener, Dr. Eli, and your team, Professor Munyoki, the overall faculty conferences coordinator, as well as my colleagues, delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by welcoming each one of you to the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. Indeed, it would have been our pleasure if we were celebrating, or at least we were attending this physically, because it would be held in the serene environs of Lower Kabete, where our main campus as a faculty is based. Unfortunately, we've got to do it this way for reasons very well known to each and every one of us. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, is part of the University of Nairobi Research Week, which begins today. And as a faculty, we are presenting 3 conferences, one of which has already taken place this morning, the DBA Africa Management Review Conference, which is largely coordinated by the Department of Business Administration. Then we have this particular one, the Africa Development Finance Conference, which is spearheaded by the Department of Finance and Accounting. And then beginning tomorrow, we shall also be running concurrently the conference, the IBUMA conference, which is in its 12th year since the commencement of that series of conferences. And as a faculty, we are proud of ourselves for actually this kind of achievement. Indeed, it takes a lot of effort to organize a conference of this nature, but our commitment as members of one team, of one faculty, has seen this happen. So I want to outrightly thank our colleagues in the faculty for the commitment that they have shown in this. Now, the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences is one of the 11 faculties in the University of Nairobi, and that I would say it's one of the oldest because it existed even at the point when the university was being established as a Faculty of Commerce, and it has continued as such, turned to be School of Business, and now back to Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. Now, the conference themes, the 3 of them, and in line with the University of Nairobi Research Week theme, is that we are looking at issues of sustainability, contemporary issues of sustainability of business and development in our specific areas. And these themes are coming in the background of environmental challenges, including the COVID pandemic, as well as the topical issue of climate change, and which have led to people to think about sustainability of whatever activities they undertake. It is my hope and prayer that during these deliberations, we are going to come up with solutions, or at least innovations that can address specific human challenges being faced at this in this kind of an environment. And therefore, in no doubt, I want to believe that the papers that will be presented here will add significant knowledge and solutions to human problems. And that indeed is one of the important responsibilities of our university, of our nature. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity then to welcome the Associate Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Enterprise, Professor Margaret Hutchinson, so that she can address us and give us the thesis message. Thank you. Professor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Malu, and thank you, the entire team. If I may just start by recognizing and appreciating our chief guest, Dr. Murugi Ndirangu, our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama. I want to recognize Professor Malu, who is the Dean, Faculty of Business Management Sciences. Professor Cyrus Iraya, the Chairman of Finance and Accounting Department. Professor Munyoki, the Coordinator of the Research Conference and Publications Faculty of Business and Management Sciences, who we worked with under the overall organizing committee at the corporate level. Dr. Dan Eli, also we've worked with you as the chairman and the convener of this specific conference. All conference attendees, our students, our stakeholders, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are.
Good afternoon.
As you have been informed, I'm the Associate Vice Chancellor in charge of Research, Innovation and Enterprise. And this could not have come at a better place, because when we look at the mission of the University of Nairobi, we realize that we actually by purpose desired to provide quality university education and training, and to embody the aspirations of the Kenyan people and the global community. And we have specified how we are going to do that. As much as we say we aspire to be a world-class university committed to scholarly excellence, we have been very deliberate to say that we shall do this through the creation, integration, preservation, transmission, and also utilization of knowledge. And therefore, as a university, we've decided that we are going to be a knowledge-based university, research intensive to the best of our ability. And so over a decade ago, we decided as a university that we are going to mainstream matters research into all our processes, into our operations. And one such step was to make the research week a tradition. So we normally have it in October, but due to matters beyond our own control, we could not hold it in October. We only had two of them, one from the Faculty of Sciences and also the Faculty of Law, who were able to do it in October. And so the majority of the conferences that we are going to have from different faculties will be happening this very week. And therefore, I want to welcome every last one of our participants who are watching us online and participating online. And as the previous speakers have mentioned, we've started today on our major conferences, and we will culminate on the Friday of the 26th, when we will have our last conferences as a university. In total, we have organized 11 conferences in various faculties, and the entire overall theme for the Research Week is Rethinking Research, Innovation and Technology for Sustainable Development. So whatever issue we are dealing with, like today, we are going to look at the finances, we are rethinking, because again, we are doing this in line of the COVID pandemic that has disrupted everything that we knew as a normal, and now we are living in the new normal. And therefore today, as much as Professor Malu has celebrated you, I want to celebrate the Faculty of Business and Management Science, our own very flagship faculty that we are so proud of. Because even during this COVID era, you have been able to mount 3 conferences in the course of this week. That is not a mean feat, and we are very, very thankful and very proud of you that you are able to pull this in less than a month. So the 3 conferences, we have this 3rd African Development Finance Conference, which is running between today and tomorrow, under the theme Financing Sustainable Development, Research, Innovation, and Mentorship. This is very timely in view of the disruptions that have happened in COVID, but also just the limited finances to have social, economic, and political developments of our nations, and more so in sub-Saharan Africa. The second one is the 12th African International Business Management Conference, AIBUMA, very popular conference, which runs between tomorrow and Thursday. And also for the AIBUMA conference, we will see participants discuss issues under the theme COVID-19 disruptions and business sustainability. The one-day conference that we had this morning was the one for the DBA Africa Management Review International Conference, which was also rethinking research, innovation, and technology for business sustainability and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second year since the pandemic struck, we are holding our conference virtually. And we are praying that maybe next year we might be able to come to your beautiful campus in Lower Kabete, and then maybe you can also pass Upper Kabete and have some food. This year we choose to focus on the issue of sustainability as a running theme across all our conferences. Sustainability indeed is a key word that has emerged in the global development agenda and discourse, and also in countries across the world. And what they have done is to align their developmental policies, their plans, their resources to achieve this ideal in their developmental endeavors. On the other hand, the developments during the last 2 years have made it necessary for every sector to rethink the strategies and approaches and ensure that we are not merely paying lip service to the commitment towards sustainability. The unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic has taught us the importance of building resilience and sustainable practices in every sector. And many of you must have watched the COP26 as we talked about climate change and how we risk destroying ourselves in a very short time. The 3 conferences by the Faculty of Business and Management Science will therefore interrogate the place of research and in building sustainable business practices. I want to say that these discussions are very timely, and I challenge all the participants to utilize this opportunity to learn new ideas from the presentations, new knowledge, interact with other partners, make new partnerships also, because as a university, we really value partnerships because we cannot do anything alone. And therefore, the collective responsibility on development does not lie only in the University of Nairobi, but in all the partnerships that we can forge and also nurture and build. Finally, I wish to sincerely thank the Dean, Faculty of Business and Management Science, and the conference organizing committee chaired by Professor Munyoki for putting together the 3 conferences. I also wish to appreciate the keynote speakers, the individuals who have prepared to present their papers, and all the participants for accepting our invitation to attend the conferences. Your presence will indeed make this a really great research week. And I don't want to forget the team, especially from my office, who have worked tirelessly, including weekends, being led by Professor Atia Waris, and also Anne-Marie, Mercy, Simon Bett, just to name a few. You guys, you are great. And so I want to thank every last one of you and to wish you God's blessings as you continue with the agenda of the conference, and hope that we can share the findings that will feed into policy, will feed into the transformation agenda for our country and also the international community, because finances is an international commodity indeed that affects every sector of our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama, to address the conference and also to appreciate his very supportive role, because when we took a step of faith about 2 months ago to say we are going to run the conference, he was very supportive. And so today we are actually celebrating him also for allowing us to take a step of faith and say we can do this, and together we are here today to celebrate the doings of the Lord in our midst. Professor Stephen Kiama, you can give your address. Thank you.
To all participants, I'm pleased to welcome all of you to the University of Nairobi Annual Research Week, which runs from Monday 22nd to Friday 26 November 2021. During this period, the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences has organized 3 conferences running under the following themes. A, rethinking research, innovation and technology for business sustainability and growth. B, COVID-19 disruptions and business sustainability. C, financing sustainable development, research, innovation, and mentorship. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in an uncertain and complex world which poses many challenges. This has now been compounded by ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. However, the current situation has presented opportunities like the hybrid working models and the accelerated need for new workforce skills. It is gratifying then to come together in a conference that will enable us to not only celebrate the spirit of converting problems into opportunities, but also to leverage the best brains in academia and industry. We have to continue innovating our business processes. Innovation is no longer a luxury, but rather a powerful tool that cuts across all facets of life, be it in academia, government, corporate, or the private sector. During the conferences, I expect the participants to share experiences on different innovations in the various thematic areas and how to scale up our responses to existing needs. No doubt, the rich minds and expertise attending these conferences will sharpen the business personnel present on helping them to grow. As I conclude my remarks, I acknowledge the keynote speakers, various presenters, and all the participants for sparing their valuable time to attend the conferences. Obviously, in the current situation, you are not physically present at the University of Nairobi. However, the technology we have gives us an opportunity to interact virtually. I wish you a fruitful participation in the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Vice Chancellor, and for those kind words and also advice and expectations that you have put on this team. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, then, allow me to invite Dr. Murugi Ndirangu, the Director of the Columbia Global Centers, Nairobi, and to appreciate you and your organization for partnering with us to organize this conference. So thank you very much, Ndirangu. Welcome and address us and give us your keynote. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Margaret Hutchinson, the DVC. I also would like to really thank the Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi, Professor Stephen Kiama. All protocols observed. Good afternoon and welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's event. As Professor Margaret Hutchinson has said, my name is Murugi Ndirangu and I'm the Director of Columbia Global Centers, Nairobi. CGC Nairobi is the Eastern and Southern Africa regional hub for Columbia University in New York. The center works collaboratively with Columbia University faculty and students and our local partners to create research, scholarship, and teaching opportunities. Through these engagements, the center also hosts public programming to engage and dialogue on pressing issues such as what we are doing today. Today, Columbia Global Centers Nairobi, in partnership with the University of Nairobi, Department of Finance and Accounting, is delighted to host the 3rd Annual Development Finance Conference 2021 with the theme, Financing Sustainable Development, Research, Innovation, and Mentorship. It has always been fundamental for Columbia Global Centers Nairobi to enhance and intensify scientific research opportunities that could potentially lead to groundbreaking discoveries that improve the social and economic status of the African continent. We persistently choose to collaborate and equally work with various educational and developmental agencies in various mentorship programs, research prospects, and we also source for financial opportunities to assist in the implementation of various programs. We have witnessed firsthand the benefits of having and including research to support development initiatives. And as such, we are pleased to be part of this year's Development Finance Conference. We believe that introducing technical research skills to university and postgraduate students is an essential step towards creating an environment capable of producing well thought out research ideas and papers that attract the right kind of external expertise and financial aid, leading to better continental developmental results. As I conclude, I reinforce by stating that providing the right mentorship and guidance in research would allow Africa to promote higher quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. I wish all the panelists and audience as well as you participate in this conference. We look forward to an engaging and enlightening conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Murugi, and kindly take our regards. When we finish the conference, we continue this partnership. We really value you. Over to you, the organizers, please. You can take over the mic from me.
Thank you. The official protocols for the conference. We are very excited, only that you didn't do it the Kenyan way of officially declaring the conference open. So I will do it.
Do that. It's never too late.
Thank you, Prof. You have declared the conference officially open.
Yes,
now I'll call upon Dr. Nixon Omoro. Dr. Nixon Omoro from Kisumu campus is moderating the next session. So Dr. Omoro, are you in?
Thank you, Dr. Haley, I'm in.
All right, then over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed. I think now it is a nice time that the conference has been opened for us and we shall just get going. And I think I'll take this particular moment to introduce our first keynote speaker that will be taking us through a meta-analysis of research on financing sustainability in Africa from the European perspective. And before we welcome Professor, it is a good moment, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever we are, so that we have our third annual development conference finance. And as we bring for you the first key speaker, I tell you our theme being financing sustainable development. Professor Bangura is coming up with lots of expertise, experience, and enriching work that he has done. If we briefly, I take this opportunity, if he allows me, I'll just but give a brief background of what Professor has done, what he's doing, and what he intends to do. Professor Abdul Karim Bangura is currently the director and the senior mentor of the Council for Development of Science Research in Africa College of Mentor Institute for the Doctoral Candidates. He is a researcher in residence of Abrahamic Connections and Islamic Peace Studies at the Center for the Global Peace in the School of International Service at American University. And at the same time, Professor is also a director of the African institutions. All these are based in Washington, D.C. He is also a visiting graduate professor of regional integration at the University of Cabo Verde in Praia. He is an external reader of research, methodology, and municipal government at Eknov Russian University in Moscow. Of course, I would refer to Professor as the Professor of Research and Methodology. And I believe our PhD and the master student will really benefit from his address. He is also an inaugural professor for the International Summer School in Peace and Conflict Studies at the University of Peshawar in Pakistan. He is an international director and advisor of the Cultural Guanin in Santo Domingo, Dominicana Republican, among others. If you look at his achievement that we shall be sharing today, Professor has achieved a lot, and we shall be learning and getting experience from the feet of the professor. He holds 5 PhD degrees in political science, development economics, linguistics, computer science, and mathematics. So if you look at that, it really crowns him as the professor of research and methodology that we shall be listening today. Professor Bangura is an author of 105 books. Get that achievement, 105 books, 708 scholarly articles that have been written, and we read them across. He is a winner of more than 50 prestigious scholarly and community service awards. He's bringing all those wealth to us today. He is fluent in about 12 dozen of African languages. Of course, if you remember, he also has a PhD in linguistics. So in African language, he's able to speak 12 fluently, and also other 6 languages across Europe language. And currently is perfecting, is fluent in Arabic, Hebrew, among others. He is the one of the first African scholars to address the United Nations General Assembly, and is a member of many scholarly organizations, as probably we'll have time to share with us throughout this particular aspect. So it is my pleasure, Professor, to welcome you. And we shall be listening to an academician, administrator, a researcher, and a scientist. Professor Abdul Karim, welcome. Thank you.
Wow. Mwalimu Omoro, I thank you for those very, very kind words. And I would say good greetings to all the wonderful Walimu that have organized this great conference and have put together such a wonderful program, because I went through the program myself, and I would say I am completely pleased with what I've seen. And I worked very hard to get the paper done and sent, and hopefully we'll see a wonderful product out after the conference. So that way, the majority, overwhelming majority of the people who will not be here would know what transpired here. Those of us who are already here are already what you call the choir. So we are preaching to one another. It's those who are not here that should also know what really transpired and where we can go. So I see the PowerPoint is up, but I will ask the person who put it up if they were able to download the video, the last video on the presentation that came with it.
L'impérialisme, le colonialisme, le néocolonialisme, la réaction, la bourgeoisie, la féodalité, les commerçants véreux, les douaniers pourris, les militaires pourris. Honneur, gloire,
The reason why that video came at the end, and I'm glad it came at the top, is to make my point that when our African women are really ready to create sustainability on the motherland. Thank you. All right, next slide, please. Okay, as I was saying, the reason why that video is so critical is to show when the women of Burkina Faso wanted to bring independence and be able to do things for themselves in their country with their support of the great Sankara. We saw a man that said, we don't need any French aid. We don't need any foreign intervention in our country. We can do things ourselves, even with the meager resources we have. So it takes courage and determination to really bring sustainability in Africa. And I am going to postulate that when our African women are given the latitude to really run things, to really lead the continent to the next level, we will have those things happen. When I was asked to do this presentation, I decided to select the research perspective. I went and did, of course, to the Library of Congress and spent a whole day searching to see what is available. A meticulous search led me to 130 studies, books. You're going too fast. Go back to the first slide. Books and, yes, right there, that's fine. Books and articles that have been done on the notion of financing sustainable development initiatives in Africa. However, only 7 works dealt specifically or precisely with the notion of financing sustainability in Africa. That needs to be very clear, because while the 130 other works look at various aspects, they miss the central tenet of what this conference was. That doesn't mean they are irrelevant, but they do not speak specifically or precisely on what this conference was about. So it was a blessing in disguise. Now imagine if I had to do 1,030 works of meta-analysis. Of course, I can do a random sample and still get, and still don't have to work as hard as I would if I had to look at all of them. But fortunately, I would say it was a blessing in disguise. The 1,030 works look at various aspects from green, environment, or conservation, energy, small and medium-sized enterprises, family planning, degraded land, debt relief, forestry, urban infrastructure, blue economy, that is the oceans and marine resources, community health workers, municipalities, post-pandemic sustainable bonds, and foreign assistance. The 7 works that deal specifically with the issue looked at immunization, health, microfinancing, and higher education in Africa. In light of these 7 works then, I asked 2 major research questions. What are the differences and similarities among these works? The second question, how relevant are these works in terms of the African notion of sustainability? So in order to provide these answers, I use the African-centric Sanhu. Interestingly, when I saw the program, Sanhu was missing. Maybe that's because of the accent gu that was on the S. So I think it might have been a difficulty for the person who put the program together to insert that in. But it's all good. It only forces us to really think that for us to get our ideas in the mainstream, we also have to develop certain tools that will allow us to do so. The thesis that I came up with is that until we are able to address our challenges from an African-centered perspective, we are going to miss how to analyze our problems and how to come up with substantive answers to remedy those challenges. Now, next slide. SANCU, of course, as I said in the paper that I sent, is the ancient Egyptian or Kemetian word for sustainability, for sustenance, means of subsistence, maintenance, a peasant, a vivifier, provisions, supplies, nourishment, my daily food, my daily bread, articles of tribute, gifts, offerings, and visions. So in essence, the African-centered perspective becomes very important, as Cheikh-Anta Diop told us, that until we Africans go back and capture the origin of our first great civilization, we miss the boat. Because as he demonstrated, and now all the archaeological digs and other evidence is proving Africa authentically is a Black African civilization. And so Cheikh-Anta Diop is correct that we have to go back and reclaim that which is ours in ancient Egypt, and therefore his great book on civilization or barbarism, where he spelled this out and provided all sorts of evidence of the greatness of that first great Black civilization. Of course, there are other discoveries that are coming out from South Africa or Southern Africa that show that some other aspects of the civilization might have even started there. So we are indeed blessed with the tools and the resources to analyze our situation based on our own knowledge systems. So then SANCU then has several conceptual thoughts: maintaining of someone or something in life, social actual resources for the maintaining of someone, payments or presents made periodically to maintain, to sustain someone, and notions of oblation or operation for the maintenance of someone. And of course, the great Kenyan theologian had already taught us that the African religious system is more than just the worldly act. It also connects us to those who are gone and those who will protect us and guide us. And of course, you know who I'm talking about, the great Mbinti, John Mbinti. So the SANCU in ancient Kemet Egyptian, as you can see, next line on that slide, yes, one more line. Yeah, next line. Mm-hmm. The digit, which I put on the side, these are pillars that represent sustainability. If you go to the museum in Cairo, you see that one on the left side, which they moved inside in a very, very tall space. And then the others you see in the paintings in Luxor, and you see the ankh. Of course, the ankh represents the sign of life, which all mummies that are buried in those tombs have. Next slide. So in addition to the theory, I said, okay, what can allow me to look at all these things, this 7 work systematically? Of course, meta-analysis comes to play. What is meta-analysis? Being one of the first people to really use this methodology a long time ago, I will not say when, then people will figure out my age. I had defined meta-analysis as the application of statistical procedures to collection of empirical findings from individual quantitative studies on a phenomenon for the purpose of integrating, synthesizing, and making sense of them. This helps in discovering underlying trends and principles developed from the accumulation and refinement of this body of studies. But the methodologies has evolved since then. As people got more innovative, now we not only can do meta-analysis on quantitative studies, now there's qualitative meta-analysis, which is done mostly by using content analysis, qualitative content analysis. But there's also what now they call a 3-level meta-analytic model, which is used to examine 3 different variance components attributed over 3 levels of the model. Sampling variance of the extracted effects, variance between effect sizes extracted from the same study at level 2, and level 3 variance between studies at level 3. So in essence, the methodologies has evolved to become even more sophisticated than when we started this methodology a long time ago. Now to the analysis, next slide. Be mindful of time constraints. I usually make sure I don't go over my time. So if I do not give you a lot of details in the analysis because it's long, it is in respect of time and other people's patience. So I will just summarize some of the things. Of course, you see the image to the right, that is Imhotep, who we call the first recorded genius in the world. And we now know that Imhotep, a Nubian parentage, is a Black Egyptian, based on all the evidence that has now surfaced, contrary to the movie that they made of him looking like a very white person. So the types of sources that I saw were articles, no books. There's a book that deals with the issue, but from a completely different perspective. Many of these works are written by Africans. The only work that is possibly written by both Africans and non-Africans is the work by the World Health Organization. And the research methodologies they use mostly, first, how do they conceptualize? They all came up with different types of conceptualizations, and they are very long to discuss. The paper is with the organizers, so you can read that and get all the details. The research methodology they use, 6 of the works use qualitative research methodology, which means emphasis on words. Nonetheless, they did use tables, some descriptive statistics just to support their points. But as I stated, they are not what is emphasized. What they emphasize is really the narratives in words. Only one work, Bayai's work, deals with both qualitative and quantitative methods. Unfortunately, he did not even say that, nor did he even define those 2 types of methodologies. But once you read and you look at the results and all that, you know that's what he was doing. But then again, he was writing a doctoral dissertation, so there is a possibility that either his advisor did not ask him to make sure he fleshed out the methodologies that he was using, thereby talking about triangulation. The results of the study. The results of the study vary from each study to study, and their emphasis, the first study that looked at, as I mentioned earlier, looked at immunization, paid too much attention to the outside financing or outside support of those immunization projects. Some countries, as the clearly pointed out, have done little better than other countries. Other countries are stuck when the financing or the support goes, they just don't do anything. And some countries have not even started much of anything. The study by Petu provide different experiences. But at the end of this analysis, it came up very clearly that even the outside funding has ceased or declined precipitously. The World Trade Organization finding is after 5 years of $7.6 billion, only 65% of the resources have been marshaled to address the sustainability, finance sustainability issue. Chebrot et al., a Kenyan group of scholars, gave us details of every spending, what it costs for every immunization. At the end of it, they found no significant variance at all, that there is a facilitative effect of ownership and levels of expenditures of immunization. The fifth, the Association of Higher Education Financing, ended up concluding that developing the best practices, systems, and tools for higher education financing in Africa is missing. Publication, consistency, research, and networking for improvement has not been met, even though that was a lofty goal of financing sustainability. The sixth, the academic of the social sciences in South Africa, says that even though there have been some progress, the standards and the results have been paltry. And finally, the BII study that did the qualitative and quantitative have a lot of findings. If you go to the next slide. Next slide. Yeah. And so if we look at the quantitative results that BII received from his analysis, it would have been easier to just do a Pearson correlation coefficient. Since his work is the only one that did that, others didn't do it, then it makes no sense to say, well, let's just get the raw Pearson correlation coefficient. And if others had done it, we should have been able to do a weighted sample, since most of the time, many of these studies we have different sample sizes because data is not available for certain countries and so on and so forth. Nonetheless, what he did was very, I would say, ingenious. It was a genius in his way, because he's the first person that did this, was to get a correlation coefficient for 5 different aspects of financing sustainability. And so what I did was to go back and convert his correlation coefficient into meta-averages for each of the 5, sum them together, divide by 5, and this is what I ended up with. So in essence, while he was happy that some things were very good, we all jubilate when we spend time crunching data, but it turned out that once you take the whole thing together, the findings are really not all that stellar once you combine them together. So in essence, not only is the meta-average negative, that means nothing substantive was happening, but fortunately for him, it was not that statistically significant at the 0.05 level. So this is a lesson for scholars, especially our doctoral students and master students in our universities. Whenever you are running quantitative analysis, don't gloat until you take another step. That means you can even ask somebody else to look at what you are doing to give you some suggestions on whether or not what you came up with is really kosher. Next slide. In conclusion, then, I developed the framework on the right to show the connection between financing sustainability and as the main goal of all of this initiative: immunization, health, microfinance, higher education, the 4 themes that were addressed. And what I ended up doing was to develop a sustainability explanation, or a hypothesis or a postulate, if that makes it easier, that the representation of a higher value segment of an epistemological repertoire and the less highly valued segments of any degree of epistemological relatedness to a higher value segment is what financing sustainability rests upon. Now, of course, this is not the final word. Others are free to challenge that postulate, to extend it, to replace it, or to accept or reject it. So in conclusion, the great Kenyan scholar, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, once told us that the only way we Africans can address our social, economic, political problems is by first decolonizing the mind. And he was correct. What I found in these studies, as I would conclude, is that there is a missing analysis that allows us to see financing sustainability from the people that we are trying to come up with knowledge and to come up with ideas to solve. Their thoughts, their way of thinking are completely absent from those analyses. Fortunately, myself, Dr. Sherry Hendricks in South Africa is running now the South African Center, Tabelo J. Ndoluvu Gacheni, and of course our own Kenyan brother, Professor Francis Ondinti, had come up with the idea of de-neo-colonizing the mind. Why did we transcend the great wa Thiong'o's decolonizing? Because what we find is that the problem is not just an outside problem or a foreign problem or an external problem that encroach upon the way we should have been doing things, but we also find within our own motherland, we being also self-destructive, not only the political leaders, but even some of the knowledge providers usually are oblivious to the realities of what the man and woman on the ground has to encounter. So therefore, I suggest that we go back to the idea of rek. Again, going back to ancient Egyptian, rek means that we have to know based on not only in skill and craft, but also ren and sometimes ket. That is, not only should we diagnose, but we should also be able to come up with prescriptions that are relevant to our actual situations. And the only way we do that means that we have to involve the man that has no degree, that don't have the PhDs, the master's, the bachelor's degree. In our research, we have to talk to them. That indigenous knowledge is critical for us to even talk about sustainability, financing sustainability in Africa. So then the person who does that is not inert, it's not weak, it's not feeble. Instead, he attends to the attributes of what we call in Serer language in Senegal, and also in the Yoruba language in Nigeria, Imo and Igbagbo, that knowledge has to have that epistemological discourse that involves the people on the ground. So therefore, I think a very good idea, instead of spending all this humongous amount of diagnosis of the problems with this, our fancy Western education, and now of course also African education, we have to step back and ask ourselves the first question: the research I am going to do, what is it going to mean to society? Not just do I do research to appear in these great Western journals and be celebrated and get my tenure and promotion as I do with my Pedestal College of Mentors Fellows, by the way. We have the largest group, the largest number of them in Kenya that are our doctoral candidates that we work with, and they're doing stellar work. They are published in some of the top journals in the world without sacrificing the African-centered perspective or the African aspects in their work. Because once you've follow the rules, the systematic rules, and do it well, even the critic will see that you have devoted the amount of time and brought up new knowledge that is kosher. And so I'm very, very proud of all of our Pedestal College of Mentors doctoral candidates in Kenya and the rest of Africa for the stellar work they have been doing. And they have been completing their PhDs in record amount of time, some before our scheduled 6 years, as opposed to the 10-year international average. And now we boast of 95% of our doctoral candidates finishing their degrees ahead of time and on time in 6 years, as opposed to the global average, which only has 45% in 10 years. That means we are doing twice as better a job than the whole world put together. So we are very happy about that. So what we then recommended, Dr. Odinti and Ndolovu, Gacheni, and Henrik and I, is that we have to insist upon the methodology of what they call in Kiswahili Jota or Baraza, in which the purpose is subjecting hypothesis assumption to the heat, to allow that smoke to come out and inform the audience about the signs, symptoms, and issues. The second step, we go through the cooling down process. In Swahili Baridi, the significance of this step is to allow the actors to reason, adopt logic, and avoid being led by emotions. And the third step, we do the calibration in Kiswahili, Kuma Kinika. In order to diagnose the problem efficiently, the environment should be absolutely free from heat or excessive cold. And finally, Majukumu, to each actor so that they can look at the problem and then reach the deepest point that allows them to delineate a well-grounded solution. And then we all come together now and foment that suggestions. So then our discourse in financing sustainability for future researchers is that they have to go back again and look at works that have been done before. Unfortunately, we have no cumulative knowledge of the research because everybody is doing his or her own thing. Only Petu's work is referenced in two other works, World Health Organization. That's maybe because he works for the World Health Organization. Everybody else ignores everybody else's work. So we have no accumulative knowledge at all. We have to begin to canonize our own scholars. That's why you see here in the US, we always laud the Jewish scholars. They might only have 4 books or 5 books, 3 articles, but all of a sudden, they are well known, they are well cited because they canonize one another, they cite one another, and that brings inspiration to them to get more attention. And last comment, and I will close, last slide. Africa never needed the world. The world has always needed Africa. As you can see from that slide, there is not a single resource in the world that we don't have. So what is the problem? Why can't we come as a collective, whether regional or continental, to even develop the malaria vaccine? Almost a century, malaria is killing our people. Are we waiting for the Oyimbos or the Wazungu to invent? They're not, because it's not a major problem for them. Inventing a malaria vaccine means that they may not make the money they invest to come up with those things. So we have to pull our resources together as a continent or a region and try to come up with solutions to some of these problems like Sankara has showed us that can be done. Next slide. And you had already seen the video, that was the last slide. And I will end with this famous word saying in ancient Egyptian, Sikam, the original African word for the Egyptian language, Ham, Utep, Uru, which means in English, whatever we do, whatever our devotions, whatever the challenge, we should address those goals and challenges in peace always. I thank you for your attention, and I appreciate the opportunity to say the few words I'm able to say this morning.
Thank you, Professor. That is great. I believe you have picked something so nice and wonderful there. You have made it by ending by saying Africa never needed the world, and the world has also needed Africa, which is a question that is posed to the attendees and also as a Department of Finance and Accounting. During this research week, we are looking at how we are moving towards financing sustainable development. A wonderful presentation, a very good context, systematically looking at the meta-analysis method. It has been broken into small bits by telling us we can only succeed in research when we do it systematically and we understand the features that are available for our works. And then we do good preparations, good reading, put them together, address them, and then we look at it in a more practical way, so that the challenge we are living today or picking today is that whatever research we are doing must be practical. We must begin from what we understand and then expound it outside. Thank you so much. So I think this time, without wasting time, because time is not on our side, I think the convener, Dr. Haley, you will allow us to have some questions and answers available.
Any questions and answers can be typed on the Q&A chat, then the moderator will read them if there are any.
Thank you.
I just want to make my own comment.
Thank you, Professor. Yes.
You'll allow me.
Yes,
I
Professor.
think this is a very good presentation, very exciting. And maybe in just a comment, this professor, 5 doctorates. Are you likely to get another one? You have now 5 already. What is the trick? With 5. Anyway, you have touched on a very important area of research and the research approaches. We are familiar with the qualitative, quantitative, and all those approaches. In your view, Professor, which of these would you recommend for our PhD approaches as we go about this? Because we also think about the rigor of the research approach and the methodology, and how you analyze your data and present the findings. And sometimes some of the methods tend to be rather not so geared towards the rigorous process of the PhD level research. Is there one that you would advise that this one up to this point, yes, but beyond that, you have to go to another methodology? And the second question is that you have said that in Africa, yes, we are full of knowledge. We are not using that knowledge. We can do research, but we are using the Western approaches. Is there an African approach to research that we can say this is ours and we own it and we move on with it? Thank you, Prof. If you could comment on those.
Let me answer that now. Or?
Yes, Professor, I think you can answer that
Okay,
as we wait for other questions. Yes.
Yeah, excellent question. We had already addressed that question that our wonderful Mwalimu just raised. There is no one best methodology for anything. The methodology has to fit the problem that you investigate and not the other way around. Not trying to fit the problem on the methodology or else you miss the goal. Fortunately, at Codestria, the first Codestria College of Mentors Institute we held in Nairobi at Kenyatta University, we came up with a handbook on conducting research and mentoring students in Africa. It is free of charge. It is on the website of the Codestria site, and it has been downloaded by over 1 million people across the world. Now, this is very interesting. The interesting thing is that when you look at the citations and the references and the downloads that we get from ResearchGate and from the Codestria website, Africans are downloading it a lot, of course. But the majority from those 1 million are coming from Asia, from the former East European states or the former Soviet states, and Europe and the Americas. So they are using it. In fact, the handbook has replaced Denzin as the most cited book now on research methodology. So we have something. The next one that should come out very shortly is on theories that we can use to ground our analysis in our studies. And that first handbook that I mentioned has more than 150 research methodologies with references for those people who want to deeply further. So just go to the Codestria website, you can get it free of charge. And of course, fortunately, there are students in Kenya that are using it because their professors are aware of it. So hopefully with this information, everybody that is here will also know about it. And of course, we begin with African-centered research methodologies. We have our own authentic research methodologies. And then we go to the qualitative, quantitative, triangulative, and now, of course, emerging research methodologies that are also in that book. Now, the theory that is coming, book which will come out very soon, it allows the student or the researcher to also ground their work on African-centered theories. That's where we begin. And then we have all the other theories on every discipline. You can think about the major theories are covered. So it is going to be another addition to that. And then we have in mind a third project, which I will not reveal now. We'll wait for the third Codestria Institute, and then we'll talk about that. So in so many words, one then has now a resource where you can say, okay, here's the problem I'm looking at. Let me look at this resource to see what will work. But there are examples of work that have been done using those methodologies and so on and so forth. And the African approaches that the wonderful professor raised, we have them, And the thing we have to do is to, and I'm glad that people are using them. I'm glad that other scholars have been writing about them. What we need to do again is canonize our thinkers, our thinking, so that way mainstream can come to grips with them. Interestingly, the Western scholars are now using our methodologies, our theories, our approaches to do work on us. So why can't we use our own tools to do work on ourselves? Fortunately, it's beginning, but it has to get better.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Any other question? I'm not seeing anything in the chat. Let me see. Okay. Any other issue? They're asking for the site to be written on the chat where the research book can be downloaded. That will be put, okay. Other than that, any other question that we can put to Professor before we close? Well, Professor, you had also talked about, of course, you quoted and you have also done it practically, talking of the colonizing the mind, which you have said, just like what Professor Munyoki has also put, that we are rich in terms of the research work we can do. Of course, you can also share with us how practical it is that probably now we go through this process of decolonizing our minds, and then we know we have everything around us, we can work this through, and then we also present good research work, good studies. given that you have worked quite a lot with 105 articles, 105 books and 708 articles. How practical do we make it just as a school, also given that we also are within the African setup?
Yeah, well, the thing is that here we are in the contemporary era of internet technology, IT, and all these wonderful things around us. And we do not even have a database of the research that our scholars have done, both on the motherland and in the diaspora. Investment need to be made. I'd come up with the idea of clustering, which is how you can bring all of these resources together in one platform, but also interactive. That means just like ResearchGate is doing or academia.edu is doing, anytime you write a paper, write a book, the search engine will get it and include it on that database. So that way, one doing research can just go there and say, hey, there is a place, there is a source where I can get anything I need to know about a particular topic or issue that Africans have written about. Even the average person in the rural areas can get access to that very easily. And also even communicate with the author directly because the engine can facilitate that. We now have cell phones that people even in the rural areas can use. So it is a time-wise type approach technology that we can develop. You know, those of us who are in the science can do these things very easily. And you talk about these things, people appreciate, they clap, they cheer, oh, this is good, you introduced this fascinating technology that can do a lot of things. And then when it comes to, let's put our money where our mouths are, nothing happens. That's the end of it. And unfortunately, these things take money to develop. So there's no reason why we should not have, in this day and time, a clearinghouse, interactive clearinghouse, where every work that has been done by an African on every subject, we should not have access. If ResearchGate can do it, if academia.edu can do it, a broader base, why can't we do it ourselves? But focusing on what our own knowledge is and what our people have produced. And wonderful sister started out with a question, how did you do it? Well, 5 PhDs, it depends on who you talk to. If you talk to my students, they'll tell you Professor B has no life. So which I tell them, yes, I have a life. My life is you. It is because you are always educating me. Whenever we fail to learn from our students, we are not just there to impart knowledge. We have to listen. We have to read. We have to see most, if you go to my website, the first people I give credit to for their excellent work are the students. Because I'm glad the video presentation that began this conference, they have said that even they pay attention to students and their needs and provide for them. I had come up with a mantra many years ago, which says the mantra of putting students first should not be a mere slogan. Fortunately, many people do put students first. Unfortunately, we also have a lot of our faculty, and we have to admit it's not only on the motherland, but also here in the diaspora, that put their own interests first. That we have to broaden so that all of us, 100%, adopt that attitude. There is a great blessing and a great resource when you put your students first. You continue to learn because they are the ones out there going to do research, going to do something that you don't have the time of 100, 200, 300 students to be exposed. Yes, you have your own knowledge, you can do your own research, you have your own tools, but when you have a multiplier effect, when you can learn from so many wonderful students.
Thank you, Professor. No time. There are some 3 questions. Just allow me to read them, then you can respond to them. One is that experimental research generates new knowledge which can be used to stimulate sustainability development. However, some of them takes lots of time. So question is, will you recommend longitudinal research for PhD students? And if so, why? The second question is, in your presentation, there are 4 proposed pillars to attainment of sustainability in financing development in Africa. Probably, I think the question is asking whether you can confirm whether those are the pillars that we can use in having sustainability in our financing. Lastly, how best should a researcher address background study of the research and research problem? How best should a researcher address background study of the research and research problem? And then finally, what kind of communication or effort will cause microfinance institutions consider restructuring financing mechanisms in order to significantly reduce the cost of financing and enhance guarantee sustainability of development projects? I think it means to be a little bit long. What kind of, and that is communication or effort, will cause microfinance institutions to consider restructuring financing mechanism in order to significantly reduce the cost of financing? Thank you. I think we can end at that. If the convener will allow us, you can respond to those.
Well, there are a lot of questions. I think, fortunately, I would say the first 2 and the last question are already addressed in the paper that I sent. So I would beg your indulgence to really request the paper from the editor and the organizers for you to get that. But it goes to what the questions go to what I expected from our great minds. I'm quite sure these questions came from our students and from the great minds in Kenya. PhD research and why. We have to, in our doctoral research, because the blessing of the doctoral research allows you to do 2 things. One is to create new ideas, new knowledge. 2 is to make sure that the knowledge you are creating becomes good enough for you to pass, defend, and get your PhD. So you are really put under the fire to come up with good work, even the master's level, those who write master's thesis. So I would say that it is very important for us to spend more time to address this idea of financing sustainability from the master's level and the doctoral level, because of the blessing those degrees and attendant work forces wants to be. How should we address background studies and research questions? There's no doubt about it. If you don't have a good background research of what you do in your work, why are you even bothering to develop research questions? The research questions have to be based on what it is you find in tandem to what it is that you intend to do for your own work, or else you are trying to reinvent the wheel. And of course, in the Codestria College of Mentors Handbook on Research, I have a diagram there. In the center of the diagram, of course, is always the theory on which everything revolves. And at the top is problem definition, and where you have to define the problem based on the background knowledge that you gain from reading other works, and sometimes not just scholarly works, but even government reports. And sometimes even our newspapers, our magazines, and even talking to people, you will be very amazed on how much. The important thing is that for the non-scholarly works to be accepted, make sure you document very well how you went about getting those resources and their credibility. But yes, I think that is very important. And restructuring of knowledge. Again, as I stated during my presentation, there's no question that we have to go back and restructure the way we address many of these perennial issues, only because we have to make sure that we come up with solutions at the end of the day. The old days of just giving theories, giving fancy, beautiful analysis is gone. Our policymakers always make excuses that the reason why they cannot use the knowledge that we create is because we give them nothing to work with. So if we are in the process of making sure our knowledge is geared towards restructuring society or thinking, that helps to quiet the policymakers or the politicians from making the excuses that we're not giving them anything that they can use. I know time is out, so I'll stop there.
Thank you, Professor, for that. I think we have enjoyed, that is great. And still other questions that may be within the chat, we shall have time to pass them and see how they can be responded to. So I think the participants, because of time, we may not go beyond that, but Professor, we are so grateful. You have taken us a little bit higher. We have gained quite a lot, and we believe you will still be with us. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the blessing.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So I think we shall take this time. I'll hand over to Dr. Zipporah Onsomu that will pick from where we have reached. Thank you so much. Welcome, Dr.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to invite our second guest. Our second guest is our professor, our own professor, Professor Peter Owoko Kobonyo. He's a professor of strategic and human resource management. Professor Kobonyo is a management scholar who has taught at the university for about 10 years. Before joining academia, Kobonyo served as a district officer in the Kenyan Civil Service for 3 years and a lecturer at the Government Training Institute, Mombasa, for about 1 year. He specializes mainly in strategic and human resource management. He has been a member of the board of directors in several Kenyan public corporations. At the University of Nairobi, Kobonyo has served as deputy principal of a college, dean of a faculty, director of a board, and chairman of a department, as well as chairman and member of many statutory and ad hoc committees at the university and in some of the government ministries. Kobonyo has published a book chapters, and more than 100 articles in peer-referred journals. He has undertaken many consultancy assignments in the public, private, and NGO sectors. He has supervised and examined more than 50 PhD theses and more than 700 master's degree projects and dissertations. Kobonyo has presented at many international academic and professional conferences. He has lived in the United States of America, South Africa, Uganda, and Tanzania. He has traveled widely in Africa, North America, and parts of Europe. He has taught at the University of Natal in Durban, South Africa, for 2 years and has served as deputy principal and professor of management at the University of Nairobi. It's now my great honor to present to you our own professor, Professor Kobonyo. Welcome.
Thank you very much, the moderator, Madam Zipporah. It's a privilege really to get opportunity to share some ideas with the audience at this conference. The topic given unto me to present on here is the mentorship in postgraduate academic research. Mentorship in postgraduate research. I will share my ideas, not because I'm an expert, but because I've interacted with many students, many postgraduate students. I'm still interacting with them. And I know their issues, I know their concerns. I also was a student at one point in time. And I know what a professor can do to a student and how a student can benefit from a professor. So really, as we start on this, let me start by mentioning what I'll go through in this. I'll look at the definition. What is mentorship? I'll try to define it the best I can. Why mentors are valuable? Why is mentorship valuable? I'll try to look at that briefly. And if should every graduate student seek a mentor, or should a mentor be assigned by the system to every postgraduate student? I will try to address that briefly. And then there's the question of what would a graduate student, or let me call it a mentee, expect from a mentor? What would be the expectation? What to look for in a mentor? And then lastly, how to make the best use of mentorship. How to make the best use of mentorship. Now, I would define a mentorship as a relationship between two people where the individual with more experience, with more knowledge, and so on, is able to pass along what they have learned to a more junior individual within a certain field. The more senior the mentor is, the better for the interaction with the mentee. Now, the mentor is usually the senior person, the more knowledgeable person, the more experienced person. And the person at the other end is the mentee. Now, let me say that the concept of mentorship may appear new, but it's not quite new. Looking at what I've gone through in life, the exposure that I've had, particularly reading historical books, reading all sorts of things, has brought an understanding in me that mentorship has always been there. Even in our African traditional societies, there was mentorship. In fact, today we are complaining a lot that we have lost our values, that our children are doing whatever they want to do. And that all that is happening because the children are left on their own. I think in a nutshell, what is being said is that there is no mentorship ongoing in families and in communities. The other thing that perhaps is interesting, but maybe we'll not get time to pursue, is whether the mentorship that we're talking about here is always a formalized system, or can mentorship be informal? Maybe as we go through this and we get to the end, we probably get an idea as to whether mentorship must always be a formalized relationship, or it can also be informal. Now, the mentor benefits. What are the benefits? Because we can't talk about something that benefits nobody. We are guided by benefits, which may be social, maybe, not necessarily economic, but they could also be economic. I'm not quite sure, but they don't have to be economic. The mentor benefits from the relationship because the mentor is able to lead the future generation, or at least some members of the future generation, in an area they care about. And the mentor therefore ensures that the best practices are passed along. Meanwhile, the mentee also benefits by getting guided, by getting ensured, by getting encouraged, by getting assistance, whatever way that the mentor is able to. And so that they are able to take the next step in their career and be able to receive whatever extra help they may need for advancement in their chosen career, in their chosen field of endeavor. Do postgraduate students need mentors? Or does a postgraduate student need a mentor? A mentor can help. Yes, I would say yes, they need. Because a mentor can help advance, or help him or her advance within the field, and can help connect the mentee to several sources of ideas, sometimes even to opportunities, even opportunities that could be economic in nature. The mentor can introduce the mentee to his or her wide network. And we know, I believe that we know that in the world today, social networks, academic networks, whatever networks are critical. As they see, the world has become a global village. And in this global village, the many connections we have, the better. So a mentor can help the mentee advance within a field and connect the mentee to opportunities that the mentee might have never had on his or her own. They do this by sharing knowledge, helping the mentee identify opportunities in their path, and potentially opening doors for them when the time comes for them to take a decision and to take a lane of work, a lane of advancement. It appears that almost every great achiever in history has claimed that they have had a greater mentor at some point during their rise to excellence. At one time I was so surprised to get somebody we met in Uganda, I think, in a conference. That was my student at one time and was such an important person now in Swaziland. And I was surprised the guys that are so big in position were saying that I was his mentor. Which takes me back to whether this mentorship is always informal. Because the mentorship that person was talking about was never a formal one. It was informal. But anyway, that is what he said. So every achiever trends, great achiever in history, tries to identify somebody as having been their mentor. And the mentor doesn't have to be far away. Sometimes it's within the family. There are those that identify their mothers as their mentor. I know our topic is on postgraduate programs. I'm getting there. Some people have identified their mothers as their great mentors. Some have identified their grandparents, grandmothers as great parents. And by the way, the lady is trying to take lion's share of this mentorship thing. A lot of nice sayings as I read PhD theses and master's projects, and students are dedicated their work or acknowledging those that have been with them. A lot is said about mothers. But I'm not saying fathers are left out. It's just that the number may not be identical to those of mothers. Now, mentorship is a valuable tool for turning one's vision into reality. Mentorship is a valuable tool for turning one's vision into a reality. Mentors are expected to guide and advise their mentees, helping them build successful career, gain a solid base for their future success. Now, how do people, postgraduate students, for example, get mentorship? How do they get mentors? Do they choose them? Do they approach them and tell them, I would like you to be my mentor? Are they assigned by the system? The School of Business, the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences at the University of Nairobi, do we assign student mentors? Or they simply identify us as mentors because we teach them or because we supervise them? I think that to me is an important question to be tackled at a conference like this that is talking about mentorship. There are many organizations, many institutions that are within their formal systems have offices that identify mentors for their students or for their employees and facilitate strong mentorship relationships. But that does not mean that organizations that do not have it that way cannot have mentorship. They still can have, but it's simply not formally organized. Universities have mentorship programs. When I joined a PhD program in America, I was assigned to 3 people that were my mentors, 3 professors. And these people were assigned even before I went. The moment I was admitted, they accepted to admit me. Already they were mentors. And they were the first people that I met when I went to that university. The same day I met, one of them was the chairman. And we talked, they introduced me to fellow students, they introduced me to so many things that I was not aware of. When I joined my career as an undergraduate, we were given mentors. Every student was assigned to academic member of staff as a mentor. And I remember one day, our mentor, who there were 4 of us, our mentor invited us for a cup of tea. And we chatted. He simply wanted to know how we were doing, whether things were okay, and so on and so forth. So it can be formal. At the University of Nairobi, we have a policy on mentorship. We have not been able to implement it effectively, I guess because of large numbers. But there's a framework that we can use. That policy is a framework, a good one, that can be used. Now, Now, how then, assuming one as a mentor, a mentee, a postgraduate student as a mentor, how would the mentee, the postgraduate student, make that mentorship work for him or her? How would they make it successful? Now, let me say this, that the postgraduate student should remember that he or she will get out of the mentorship depending on how much they put in. If they have a mentor, they don't interact with the mentor. They have issues, they don't ask questions. They don't want to seek information. The mentor will not know what the mentee wants if the mentee does not go out of his way or her way to let the mentor know what it is that is, let me say, use the word bothering them. By the way, I should not be mistaken, because mentor is not a solver for every problem. But I'm saying, even where a mentor may not be able to solve a problem, they will be able to find a way of telling the mentee where to seek, seek help. Even that is help. As the mentee must have a clear objective, even if it is not written down. Clear objective of what they want to learn. Because mentorship is also a learning process for the mentee. Although the mentor can also learn, but it's more for the mentee. And so the mentee must have a clear, in his or her mind, a clear idea of what they want, they hope to achieve. Let's call it objective. Now, that's important. But also let's recognize that mentorship is a two-way process. However, if it works the way that is meant to, both the mentor and the mentee will benefit and gain some experience from it. But more so the mentee, Now let me say, ladies and gentlemen, certain things that should be avoided in a mentorship process. Certain things that should be avoided in a mentorship process. Let it be noted that mentorship is not about any of the following. It's not about solving some financial problems for the mentee. It's not about solving financial problems for the mentee. Although that can be acute, and the mentor might be able to suggest where the mentee could possibly get a support, but you know the main thing. Now, it's also not about removing or taking away from the mentee responsibility for his or her life. Not removing or taking away from the mentee the responsibility for his or her life. That remains the mentee's responsibility and will always be his or hers. But of course, there are certain things, certain suggestions, certain interactive processes that can help the mentee better understand his or her responsibilities. But the mentor cannot remove them, take them on his own shoulders or her own shoulders, away from the shoulders of the mentee. The mentor should not should not make decisions for the mentee. Mentee must be encouraged and must be supported and must be assured so that they're able to make decisions on their own. If it's about a research topic, and no student, postgraduate students, who don't want to take responsibility for what they are going to research on. They want the professor, their supervisor, to decide for them what they should study. To me, we are mentors that give them topics, we are not doing a good job. I've had students send several topics to me for, Professor, help me choose one. I tell them, no, I'm not choosing one for you, but I can advise you on the qualities of a good topic. What a good research topic, particularly taking into account the methodologies and approaches that we use at our school or at our faculty, it should have the following. And then I'll let them make the choice. Tell them choose one. I'll then look at that one and advise you on where it is weak, where it is not possible, whether it's really measurable, whether it can be, data will be available. But you will have first of most of the time I tell them that I ask them questions. Ask them questions as to whether they have already considered the possibility of getting data on that topic, and so on and so forth. But what I'm saying is we should not make decisions for them. No, rather the mentor should not make decisions for the mentee, but should encourage them and make them confident to make decisions. That is the role of a mentor. Make them confident. They might have not been confident. Their self-esteem might have been low, but make them help them raise that self-esteem so that they're able to make decisions of their own. The mentorship, on the other hand, is about this. In short, I've already said quite a bit more. But mentorship is about making the mentee, or rather, let me just say this again. Mentorship is not, let me continue that. It's not about making the mentee guilty of their past history, of their weaknesses, or their past failures. No. Mentorship is about encouraging them that even they have fallen down, they need to pick up whatever needs to be picked up and carry on. It's about encouraging them, not making them feel totally useless. That's not mentorship. Also, the mentor must avoid having total control over the mentee. Avoid having total control over the mentee. They must remain independent. They are not in any way should be appendage of the mentor. That will never happen. Now, I would like to take very few minutes now to look at the mentorship in the context of supervision of a thesis, of a project, but simply supervision of a research undertaking by the postgraduate student. Fortunately here, every postgraduate student that is doing research is assigned a supervisor of several of them. They're assigned a supervisor, several supervisors, maybe 2 or 3. But one of them is the lead supervisor. Oftentimes, from my experience, the lead supervisor gets a lot more closer to the student. That's at least what happened to me when I was doing my PhD, writing my PhD thesis. But not that I forgot the others. No, not at all. But in terms of mentorship, all the supervisors can provide their own perspectives on the mentorship, on mentoring the student. I want to look at this from the point of view, I would like to look at this from the point of view of what the student, postgraduate student being supervised expect and what their supervisors expect. Because the mentorship, as I said, it's a two-way process. It's a two-way process. So the supervisors have their own expectations and the student being supervised have their own expectations. Now, what students expect of their supervisors? What do they expect of their supervisors? One, they expect to be supervised, not to be left alone, come up with the final thesis. At the end, then that is when the supervisor is looking at what has been written, or research project for that matter. They expect to be supervised. How we do it, of course, is a matter that we know best. Now, they expect to have their work read. They expect the supervisor to read their work well in advance. This mentor, a good mentor will read the work in advance, so that when the students come to them, they have an idea. It's not good that a student comes and they start reading together, because that way a lot of things can escape. When the supervisor reads in advance, he will gain, or she will gain get a good idea of how to mentor this person, get this person a better person. Good mentorship is making the other party a better person. In this case, the mentee, who is the student. To be available, they expect their mentor, that's supervisors, to be available when needed. They expect their supervisor to be friendly, open, and supportive. Friendly, open, and supportive. They expect supervisors to be constructively critical. And the word constructively is important, not just critical, but constructively critical. They expect their supervisor to have a good knowledge of their research area. When you're supervising a student and mentoring a student, you should clearly understand the area the student is working on. If you're not very clear, do some reading. The supervisors are empowered to read and understand. I'm saying that because oftentimes some of our universities, we're not able to, we don't have very many people. Students are many, and the student may want an area which the only expert available may not be quite have expertise in that particular area, but this supervisor is the closest, this professor is the closest. So they expect, therefore, their supervisors to have a good knowledge of their research area. They expect their supervisors, mentors, supervisors, to structure the tutorial, the discussion, if you will, structure the tutorial in such a way that is relatively easy for them to exchange ideas with the mentee. Structure the tutorial in such a way that it will be easier to exchange ideas with the mentee. Another one is to have sufficient interest in the research the mentee is undertaking. Have sufficient interest. Encourage them, that's an interesting area. Don't tell them after you've started supervising them and they're moving on that you personally don't have interest in that area. No, that would be, you would be a bad mentor. Have interest in what your mentee is doing. And if possible, put more information at their level, rather to advise them in terms of readings. Not that you make them depend on you. Encourage them to do a lot of such. But when you find that there's a particular reading that is so key, but the student has not captured it, you can advise them. But they go look for it themselves. You don't go in the library looking for them. Just advise them, tell them to go and look for that reading. That's an expectation from the student and the mentee to the mentor. And then to be sufficiently, the student, the mentee, the postgraduate student being supervised, expect to be sufficiently involved, or rather expect their supervisor to be sufficiently involved in their success and to help them get a good, grade at the end. Get a good grade at the end. But what do the supervisors expect of their student? Mentor has his or her own expectation about the mentee. And these are the expectations. The supervisor expects the mentee, that is the student, to be independent. Not to tell the supervisor, how do I answer this question? What I tell my student at the first meeting, particularly PhD, is that my role as a supervisor will be more to ask questions, and hopefully they'll be educated questions, not stupid questions. But it's their role then to look for answers. They're not the ones to come to me with questions and I give them answers. Well, I will discuss with them their questions, but still allow them to get the answers. And I will ask more questions for which they need to provide answers. Because that way they're able to develop their own capacity, their own skills, their own abilities. If the mentor takes over, then the mentee will probably not learn as much as they need to learn on their own. So that to be independent. The supervisor expects the mentee, the student, to be independent and to produce written work that is not just a first draft. Good work. Well, it may be called first draft, but if first draft is what normally sometimes called zero draft, then no, it must be good enough, although it is first draft. I would not like what a professor friend from Makerere used to call first rubbish. Doesn't have to be rubbish. That's my expectation. Thirdly, to have a regular to attend regular meetings. If we agree, or rather a mentor agrees with a mentee for a meeting, the mentee should try as much as possible to honor the meeting. To honor the meeting. Of course, it also works the other way around. Now to be the supervisor expects the student, that the mentee, to be honest when reporting about their progress. They should be honest when reporting about their progress. Not to lie that they're doing well when they're not doing well. And to follow the advice that the supervisor gives, because advice is based on experience, is based on knowledge, and it's based on what is good for the student. And to follow the advice that have been given when it has been given, more so when it has been given at the request of the mentee. And the supervisors expect their mentees, that the students, to be excited about their work, to be able to surprise them, and to prove to be fun to work with. They should be fun to work with. Those are expectations, very critical expectations. As I wind up, let me say this. Let me say this about qualities of a mentor. The qualities of a mentor, just this will take a minute or two. Qualities of a mentor. One, a mentor should show the mentee a certain degree of empathic understanding of the mentee, even understanding what they are struggling with. Empathy is about putting yourself in the shoes of the other person and trying to feel as they do. We work with students from different walks of life. We work with some that are mothers of small babies. It's important that as much as we don't pamper them, that we also extend some understanding that it was me and I was in that position. What would I do? Would I rather take a sick baby to the hospital, or would I rather go for an appointment with the supervisor? So long as the mentee can call. Nowadays, getting in touch is so easy. can send a message, you can call. But we're doing so should be genuine, should be honest, not simply as a way of escaping and doing other things that otherwise can wait. But the empathy on the part of the mentor is important. The second one should show, the mentor should show a good degree of positive affective attitude. Positive affective attitude, that is unconditional positive regard. Unconditional positive regard. The mentor should show this graduate student that they recognize them, that they believe that they have what it takes to do what they're trying to do, that they are accepted, they accept them and respect them. That degree of respect must be shown in the way the mentor relates with the mentee. It's not only telling them that I respect you, no, even the way the mentor interacts with the mentee. The third one is the extent to which the mentor is genuine. The mentor's words must match his or her behavior, internal feeling. In other words, the mentor must be real. You will not mentor somebody effectively if you appear to be unreal. Then the extent to which the mentor's response matches the mentee's expression in the intensity of effective expression. What I'm saying here is that the response that the mentor gave to mentee must match the mentee's concern, must match the mentee's question, must match what the mentee is interested in. Not to be casual about something that is so critical to the mentee. I think I will leave it there, but then to wind up by saying that at our institution, the University of Nairobi, it's upon us as individual professors and supervisors to take responsibility for mentoring the students that we work with in research, because this topic was given was about research. And to take interest, good mentorship leads to long life relationship. Even after these students have left the program, have eventually graduated and gone away, that relationship will not die. And if we mentor them well, they should aim, whatever they do, they should aim high if we mentor them well. Mentorship is almost like the informal, or rather it's almost like being a role model. And let me mention that as well, that a mentor, good mentor is also a role model. It's a role model. You can't be a drunkard and expect that you will be mentoring somebody else and mentoring them effective. I'm sorry if this touches on something that perhaps should not be said. But I think it's still important to note that in mentoring a person, you must appear to be a role model. If you're not one, your work and your words will not be taken seriously. Now I will stop there, the moderator, and the notes will be available to the organizers sooner rather than later. In about 2 days, they should be ready. And we'll submit so that they've been included together with the other notes, so that will be available. Chair, the moderator, thank you very much for giving me the time. I hope I lived within the 30 minutes that was allocated. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Prof, for your presentation. That was an excellent presentation. Indeed, we all need mentors. And as we are mentored, we'll also be able to mentor the young ones coming after us. Now it's our chance to ask any questions. Type your questions on the chat so that we can run through them. If there's none, then I'll hand over to the coordinator, Dr. Duncan Ellie. Please take over.
Now, anybody who has a question and is disabled from speaking, just carry up your hand. Then we are able to identify you and promote you to talk. So anybody who has any question, you can raise up your hand. But if there are no questions, I will ask those who are presenting their papers today to raise up their hands.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Bariham.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this program. I want to first of all thank Professor Peter Kobo for the presentation given to us. In fact, it has been very impactful. I have learned a lot of issues from that, as we also work here to mentor the other students coming up. The critical question I want to ask is, what should be the qualities of a mentee that will allow the relationship between he or she and that of the mentor to develop and be more impactful, so that at the end of the day, the mentee can benefit from the mentorship process? And then two, in the process of mentoring, sometimes resources are needed. Who bear the cost of the mentorship? Should it be the mentee or it should be the mentor? Thank you very much for the opportunity and greetings from Ghana.
Yeah. Are there other questions, or I answer that particular one? Maybe I answer Dr. Barham. Dr. Eli, do I answer Dr. Barham or the other questions?
I will ask you to answer on behalf of Dr. Zipporah. I've not taken a role, but answer please as we get the next one.
Now, the first one is about policies regarding this mentorship process. I think the bold policy should be institutional policies. Since we are talking about universities, universities should develop a policy on mentorship, which will allow every postgraduate student to be assigned somebody that is likely to be a better, or rather to match their needs. I did not talk about matching, but a mentor and a mentee must be people that are able to relate to each other. It's not simply the question of somebody adult or somebody high up because of their level of education dealing with anyone else. As much as possible, if the students can make a choice, so much the better. Universities have policies, like University of Nairobi has a policy, but that policy has not been implemented fully. But the policy should indicate what kind of, how the matching process should be done in terms of getting a mentor that's right for the mentee, but also in terms of whether the mentee, that is the student, should be involved in choosing or selecting a mentor. Should a mentor simply be assigned to them, or they should also participate in selecting a mentor? Of course, for some universities with very many students, that may be a tall order, but it's still an important matter to consider. I know this happened, for example, at the choice, at the allocation of supervisors. Many universities, many departments allow students to select among the available members of staff who are qualified to supervise in their own areas. So students are able, therefore, to select. That's a matter of policy. And they, therefore, in short, university should develop policies, or a policy for that matter, that will govern the whole question of mentorship, and should implement it, not just develop it, but also implement it. Now, who bears the cost of mentorship? I want to believe that the university should bear this, not the mentor, not the mentee. But if it is informal one, if it is informal mentorship, which is not sanctioned by the university per se, then either party can incur costs, but they don't have to be a lot of costs all the time. Most of the time we will be talking in the office. Mentorship can be taking place in the professor's office. Doesn't have to be at a place where resources have to be spent. And the time that the professor takes, the mentor takes, should be considered as part of his or her workload for the university, for which appropriate remuneration, I think, should be given. Because apart from teaching workload, there's workload that is related to dealing with the student, consulting with the students, and supervise students. And that should be factored in the compensation system of the university, so that neither party should incur a lot of costs. But occasionally, as they become familiar with each other, they could buy coffee for each other, there would be no problem. But that should not be at a level, or the frequency should not be so high that it costs a lot of money. I think that would be my response to those two questions. Thank you.
Maybe I can make a comment also, Prof.
Yes.
The topic you have covered is very important, Prof. That of mentorship, and where we are as a university, there are different levels. There is the mentorship, which is academic, to help the way you are talking. But there are also many other forms of mentorship where you help to grow somebody who is young in terms of experience and discipline and all that, and focus in life. It also occurs in organizations where they will appoint people specifically to be mentors of the younger employees as they grow. So either way, at some point you can be paid, you will be called upon to do a task. And once it's done, then you discharge your duty and go, you are paid, you are due for that, but you have helped to mentor somebody. In that case, the mentor is appointed. But there are those other informal arrangements where, again, our students will associate with us. And surely, like you are saying, a student will come later and say, my mentor is so and so. That person may not even know that you are the mentor. They are simply following your example, good life, even without talking to you. So, Prof, you are mentoring many people without knowing. They don't even tell you. In that case, they don't ask for any payment from you. So there are those various levels, both in the academia and also in the sector, in the industry, where people are doing a lot of mentoring, formal and informal. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think you're very right. Very right. I was trying to restrict it to the postgraduate students research, which is the topic, but you're right. There's so many levels of mentorship. Thank you.
Professor Bangura, I can see you have your hand raised.
Yes, just a suggestion for Mwalimu Peter Kobonyo. You seem to downplay. I mean, the presentation was great. I mean, we are in mentorship, so you've given up some new ideas and framing up what we already do to do it better. But you seem to downplay the need for financial support. If I hear you clearly, the mentor should not extend him or herself into that domain. Maybe I misread what you are saying. That it's not their responsibility so much. I have a suggestion, if that is what you are suggesting. I have a suggestion on what I did with my students. Believe it or not, there are a lot of funding sources out there. Let the students help you to create a database that of the institutions that fund and the various types of funding, and they'll have it in categories. So that way, when a student comes and say, hey, I want money to go to Germany or to US or to a place to present this wonderful research you have helped me to craft. Because the blessing here is not only you, the mentor, that is going to be mentioned when these students present at these great conferences, but also for the university's own upliftment, and of course, the motherland itself. Right now, the Chinese are writing more, presenting more international conferences than even us here in the US, because they have, the Chinese government is very serious about financing their researchers to go. Our government don't do as much of it, but there are a lot of international organizations that do that. So my suggestion would be, let the students themselves, if they divide up the work among themselves, they can put together a very good database for you, where when a student comes, I want to go present a paper in so and so place, or I want to engage in so and so research, or this is my interest. Now you can say, hey, we have a database. These are the sources you can tap into and apply. And I'll be happy to write a letter of recommendation, get other people to do that. I think that will work. That's what I've done. So almost all of my students, when they want to travel overseas or want to do research, I direct them to the database, what they can do. And mostly they have been successful in doing that. So this is just my own humble suggestion.
Yes, I appreciate. I think that's an important point that I will take into account. Important database for financial sources, sources of funding. I know the university, at the university level, we have that, but I think we can bring it down to the departments, even individual professors. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that. I've seen Anil from India, a PhD student in India, Mumbai, is asking for a corporate governance database in the MENA region. Professor Bangura, Professor Kobonyo, any idea?
About, can you say it again, the corporate governance database?
Yes, in MENA. East and North Africa.
I want to be of immediate help, but given time, one can check around and see what is available. I can see Professor Bose to
Bangura. Bangura, you are muted. Professor Bangura, you are muted.
Yeah, okay. I MENA, of course, talking about is the Middle East. I don't know if that's even a correct term, and not Africa. Mostly, you can say the Mediterranean area all the way down. Yeah. What does the wonderful Dr. student want to know? Database?
Maybe you can repeat the question. What is can that question be repeated? Database, you was talking about corporate governance database, corporate governance database.
What about it?
Chumbrcom will have okay. I think he wanted just to know the database.
But,
and that's
but Anil, because your microphone is not working, we will consult with the professors and other networks and try to get back to you. But I've seen Professor Bose from Columbia has told you another site there, CSR Hub. you can try that from Professor Sajid. Professor Sajid will give us a powerful speech tomorrow. Members, I'm requesting that we take 6 minutes break. Then we come back for paper presentations. And for the individuals who are presenting, raise up your hand so that we are able to promote you as a panelist. If you raise up your hand, we'll promote you as a panelist so that you don't have problems with presentation and even speaking. So please raise up your hand in the 6 minutes break, 5 minutes. We take a walk and be back by 6 o'clock to start. It's healthy for us. Thank you. 6 o'clock East African time.
The University of Nairobi, we make your dreams come true. Our students are practically equipped for the job market by prioritizing cutting-edge technology, training, and applied research. With 8 campuses located in Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa, and over 6 specialized faculties, the University of Nairobi is the best university to consider for your future. We have over 500 courses to offer you endless opportunities to explore your passion. With internationally recognized undergraduate and postgraduate qualifications on offer, you will be able to establish a successful career path at the University of Nairobi. Managed by a team of experienced academic staff and alumni, UON graduates are always given a competitive edge in their respective fields and are equipped with both theoretical and real-work experience. With our student-centered approach, we foster a culture of excellence in learning and focus on creating innovative entrepreneurs that can challenge convention and change the world. UON graduates have great reputation because we do not only bring academic qualifications, but also ambition, determination, hard work, and the burning desire to exceed expectations. UON graduates have a reputation for having good work ethic, trustworthiness, and being prepared for the work environment. Our programs are balanced between theory and practical lessons. We also have great facilities, laboratories, and state-of-the-art equipment, so we are well prepared to start working immediately we graduate. Our campus life is fun and exciting. It feels like home away from home. We have students from different backgrounds and countries, therefore we have a cosmopolitan environment where we're able to meet new people, make new friends, and learn different cultures. We welcome you to interact further with our faculty and staff members in various departments.
Institution of higher learning in any country. Its history reflects the aspirations, interests, and the contradictions of the country in which it is created. So was the case of the University of Nairobi. The origins of the University of Nairobi lie in the 1940s, when the interests of the colonial government, which was predominantly run by the British, and the interests of the local Indian community, and of course the rising awareness of the Africans sort of intersected. The colonial government decided to build the very first multiracial school for technical training way back in 1947. Colonial government did is to join forces with the local Indians, and they came up with what they call the Royal Technical College, Nairobi. That is what could become actually the University of Nairobi in 1970. The University of Nairobi became a university college then. It became a constituent college of the University of London and started offering degrees and also diplomas and certificates in a number of technical subjects. Then after that, with Kenya's independence, and the strong nationalistic feelings in the region, the three East African countries joined and formed the University of East Africa with 3 campuses. One, this one in Nairobi, University College Nairobi. Then there was Makerere in Uganda. Then Dar es Salaam College in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. The 3 constituted the University of East Africa. There were colleges that constituted the University of Eastern Africa. This arrangement went on up to about 1970 when the 3 colleges separated.
Fine, sorry, call when I was making
national universities. And that is how the University of Nairobi was born.
The University of Nairobi is a fairly old university, so we have a very vibrant research community. We have researchers working in all fields. Currently, we have a team of almost 80 working on COVID,
the one that,
for example. But we also have huge groups of researchers in engineering, in law, in finance, in the economy, as well as in gender studies. And so we have them across the sciences.
The one which, but he got it. He got the one.
I want to say that I'm so delighted to now be working with him. I'm looking forward to it. I'm amongst the newer members of staff in the administrative section of the university, and it's going to be exciting. And I'm looking forward to seeing him unroll his vision.
Welcome back, members. Welcome back. I hope you managed to get some bites. Is Dr. Kiro here already? Dr. Kennedy Okiro was to chair this session.
Yes, Dr. I'm around.
That is fine. Then can you moderate the academic paper presentations? We have 4 already confirmed for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Eli. Now we'll go as per the schedules. We'll follow the schedules which have been circulated, and I'll give 15 minutes per paper. After you present, you'll have questions, comments, and issues. So we'll also give you time to answer them. So I'll, looking at the schedules, I think the names had been called. So I expect you to use PowerPoint presentations, whereby you'll tell us your area of study, your variables of study, what motivated you to carry out the study. Then you'll mention the theories underpinning your study, if there is, your data collection, data design, and data analysis. Then you will now explain to us your findings. So as per the schedules there, the papers are to take 15 minutes. So the first paper, we had Professor Akidipe. I think the names have been followed. So can we have Professor Akidipe?
Hold on, Dr. Kiro. Dr.
Yes.
For tonight, we will have Zainab Miraj. After Zainab, we will be followed by Ndirangu Ngunjiri. After Ndirangu Ngunjiri is Theophilus Mutoka. Then after Theophilus Mutoka, there is Boniface Kinyua. So they have confirmed they will present in that order. But Just before we get into that, I've noted an important question for Professor Kobonyo that should not go unanswered. Professor Kobonyo, you are still here. Is Professor Kobonyo still around? Okay, we'll raise it up with him because it's a common.
No, I'm around. Dr. Eli, I'm here.
Yes, there's a question on mentorship that has been asked by a student, and I think if you experience this one should go answered. That what should a student do if the mentor or the supervisor does not honor regular meetings or fails to pick up calls? I felt that should be answered before we go to the next level.
Can I delegate that to you to answer? Anyway, let me answer. That is a good question. You see, we talked about a mentor being a person who is matched with the student, somebody is willing and ready to help, somebody is empathic, has empathy for the student, trying to understand things from the point of view of the student. But if you have somebody who is not able to do that, it becomes difficult. Initially, I also said at some point that good mentorship, particularly in postgraduate programs regarding supervision, are such where students are able to select those they want to supervise them. But our system, because of the numbers, we are not able to do that. Because the student then would be able to select somebody to supervise them. If somebody doesn't answer your question soon, and if this goes on repeatedly, take up the matter with the chair of the department. And no changes have been made. I'm not telling anyone to just rush, because the chairman will not just make changes unless the chairman is convinced that what the student is telling him or her is correct, and that person has not been available for quite, on several different occasions. He has not been available to meet, or she has not been available to meet the student he or she is supervising. Then the chairman can take action. But it's only in those extreme cases the chair will make changes, replace a supervisor with another person. But otherwise, that one is handled that way. Just write to the chairman when it becomes serious, not just because somebody misses once. When it becomes serious, write to the chairman. But also there are cases where students also don't respect commitment, don't respect the appointment. What do you do with the students? That's another question, because students can also do it. And so your student disappears for a whole year. And then the student surfaces that, Mwalimu, I want to start from where we stopped. Where have you been all this year? So, but again, in that matter, the mentor, who is the supervisor, should be able to deal with the case of a student like that, find out what happened, and see what is the best way forward. But that is my response, the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. But for the students tomorrow, I expect you to talk about your experiences as postgraduate students. Then we will also get a view of faculty. There's a session for it tomorrow. Thank you. Back to you, Dr. Okiro, and you follow that order for the 4 presentations before we close.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Eli. And where is sign up?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. We can hear you. You can focus your slides, if possible.
Good evening once again. I'm Zainab Miraj Abubakar, a student from the University of Nairobi, specifically Mombasa campus, who did her MBA and graduated last year, December. I specialized in finance and did a research on topic effect of socially responsible investment on financial performance of non-financial firms listed at Nairobi Securities Exchange. When you talk of social responsibility investment, we talk of strategy, we talk of investment strategies that not only focus on financial health of any firm, but also focuses on social and environmental returns over and above the monetary returns. Social responsibility investment does not only look at the financial returns, but it also looks at the environmental and social sustainability of any firm. SRI, social responsibility investment, enables firms to become environmentally and socially viable and not compromising their financial returns, eventually leading to improved financial performance in the long run. Companies adopt these strategies so as to enable them conserve environment and be in good terms with the government. My study variables, the independent variable was socially responsible investment, having some sub-variables as negative screening, norm-based screening, and positive screening. The dependent variable was financial performance measured by return on assets ratio. Motivation of the study is objective was to establish the effect of socially responsible investment on non-financial firms, to establish the effect of socially responsible investment on financial performance of non-financial firms listed at NSC. Why this study is because non-financial firms have the requirement to remain sustainable economically, socially, and environmentally in terms of performance. They are also coupled with the need to disclose environmental and social activities in line with corporate governance. Therefore, considering they are physically involved in manufacturing of products and services, they had to embrace social responsibility investment so as to not compromise their existence in the long run. Theories used to affirm this research were portfolio theory by Harry Markowitz, 1952, legitimacy theory, and institutional theory. Portfolio theory talks of, it explains, as a theory, it explains how the expected return of a portfolio can be maximized, bearing in mind the risk-return trade-off. Firms are urged to select optimum portfolio by diversifying assets that would meet the requirement of social responsibility investment so as to minimize risk and increase return. We say firms embracing SRI minimize risk because the element of environment and social risk are all eliminated. With legitimacy theory, the focus is on ensuring that the perception of society is positive towards the company, and how the company is operating should be within acceptable rules and regulations of the government. Research methodology, the study employed a descriptive cross-sectional survey with a target population of 39 firms, 39 firms out of the 63 firms listed at NSC. 39 firms comprises of the 8 segments out of the 11 segments that are listed at NSC. Data collected, the study employed both primary data collection methods and secondary data collection methods. Primary data collection method, I used a questionnaire to collect data, particularly on SRI investment strategies, and secondary, I used NSC annual reports. The design method used was cross-sectional survey, as I said earlier, because cross-sectional survey gives an exact view. Actually, the data used in this study will give an exact explanation of happenings in a timely manner. Data analysis, I used SPSS. I used SPSS to collect, I used the SPSS to do the analysis and further used multiple regression analysis in determining the relationship between social responsibility investment and how it affects financial performance. Findings were using regression analysis. These were the coefficients beta with significance at 0.0 for the constant, positive 0.16, and the rest, the way you can see from the slides. This showed that positive screening had a positive relationship, had a positive relationship with financial performance with a value of positive 0.5 and significant as p-value was less than 0.05, meaning that improved positive screening will lead to improved financial performance, will lead to improved return on assets, leading to improved financial performance. For the case of negative screening, norm-based screening, and size of the firm, they all had a positive relationship. However, the p-value was greater than 0.05, resulting to an insignificant positive relationship between the three independent variables to return on assets, resulting to improved financial performance. Size of the firm being a control variable had also a positive and insignificant relationship with financial performance. The F static was 12.587 positive and significant as its p-value was less than 0.05, showing that the model was reliable in explaining the relationship between SRI and financial performance of non-listed firms at the NSC. My R was positive at 0.792, implying a positive relationship between SRI and financial performance. And my adjusted R2 was also positive at 0.577, meaning that 57% of variations in financial performance were caused by norm, negative, and positive. Yet the remaining 42.3 were explained by other variables not included in my model. In conclusion, adoption of SRI on an ordinal scale of 0 to 5, 0 being very low and 5 being very high, was moderately embraced by these firms, as it had a ratio of 3 to 3.9. The range was 3 to 3.9, meaning they moderately adopt this SRI, as most companies had put enough mechanism to ensure that they were avoiding emission of dangerous gases. They also were avoiding exploitation of animals. They were also not involved in government corrupt engaged activities. These firms and are norm-based also had respect for human rights. They also were actually not allowing people to discriminate others at their workstations. They also had a good relationship with stakeholders. And for negative and for positive, they were also engaged in production of goods and services that have less impact on the environment. They embraced good code and best practices of industry when producing their goods and services. In conclusion, negative screening, norm-based screening, positive screening positively affect financial performance in the long run. And the implication is that when they are used together, these activities, when are embraced by any organization, then they will increasingly incorporate, when they're increasingly incorporated into the process of investment decision making, then financial performance eventually will improve. Recommendations of the study is managers at any time should be updated on issues of SRI. Managers should be on their toes in modifying the strategies they want to use in investment. They need to make sure the strategies they are using are in line with SRI practices. The same managers should make sure that they put SRI activities in their budget. They should actually create budget for SRI to make sure that the investment that they are doing are actually in compliance with the government. They are actually protecting the welfare of society, the actual welfare of society and the environmental at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zainab, for that good presentation on a very, very interesting area, where he's talking about social responsibility and environmental financing. That is a very topical area currently. You hear there are complaints about environmental degradation. So I'll not talk much. I'll just ask if there are questions, comments, or now sign up need to improve on the paper. But before even the questions come, I would want sign up to just explain. She has presented very well, but there are certain issues which maybe I didn't get clearly. She's talking about positive screening, negative and normal based screening. The indicators for these ones didn't come out very clearly. So as you are answering other questions, also try to elaborate on them.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. You just tell us also who you are.
Thank you, sign up. These are very good area of study. SRI is an area that is building up and growing in the research. My concern is that since you used a questionnaire and you're asking companies whether they are polluting environment, you're asking them whether they commit bribes. How did you ensure that they will give you the correct information? So how was the questionnaires or the questions framed so that people don't feel like they have to give you what you want to hear rather than what they're actually doing? Thank you.
So sign up, I think you can start by answering those two questions.
The indicators of screening, I will just go through them. I don't have a chart to share. For positive, for negative, let me start with negative. For negative screening, I looked at whether were there mechanisms in place to avoid emissions of dangerous gases from manufacturing, from the act of manufacturing and production of goods and services. Was the company, did it ensure that their activities and operations that they are engaging in do not exploit the rights of the animals? Another thing, did the company engage in corrupt government-related deals? For norm-based screening, did the company ensure there is respect for human rights? Were there mechanisms to ensure that no workplace discrimination existed in the company? Were there procedures in place to ensure that there was good commitment to customers, suppliers, and shareholders in the company? For positive screening, I looked at whether they had a good system, a good management environmental management system in place? Did they adopt the codes of best industry practices? Did they produce goods and services that could be recycled and had good eco-design? They would have less impact in the environment through their life cycle, through the product life cycle. That is for indicators of the screening. And how did I ensure that the questions, the way they were answered, they were reliable? I did put controls first. I sent them, and before sending these questionnaires, in fact, it was through email because of Corona, I sent a brief explanation on what SRI is, so that even before someone decides to answer this question, they are aware of the concept. That is one thing. Another thing, I sent the questionnaires to them, and when I got the feedback, I cross-checked with relevant authorities to make sure that they are actually, for the sake of, for this case of government, they are actually complying with government rules and regulations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zainab.
Can I answer a question?
Yes, go ahead.
I am Tino Wycliffe, a PhD student. I'm a PhD student in UN. Zainab?
Yes.
May I know the motivation behind you studying SRI among non-financial companies? Why? What was the motivation? Why not financial?
For non-financial companies. Yes.
Hello, Zainab.
Yes, yes.
This is Dr. Bariham reaching you from University for Development Studies, Ghana. I want to find out what research design did you employ for your study and why? Thank you.
Okay. Can I start answering?
Yes, can you answer those two questions?
Okay, for the motivation of my study, why I decided to use non-financial firms. First, they are the firms involved in physically producing goods and services. They're actually involved in manufacturing and other related services. So they have a significant impact on our environment. That is one. Another thing, these firms nowadays, they have a requirement to remain sustainable economically, socially, and environmentally in terms of performance. So if the element of responsibility is not incorporated in their investing activities, then that would mean they will not be working in line with corporate governance compliance. And we've seen several firms being closed because of not complying with government regulations. As what happened in 2019, Apex Limited, a company that manufactures paint, was closed. We have Kamogo Paper Recycling Company was closed because of polluting Nairobi River. We also had this case of Endmore Steel Mills getting residents of Syokimau complaining, why is this farm emitting, why is this farm polluting the air? We had even children going to hospital. We also had a case of someone who lost her daughter. It was all over in the social media. That is for motivation of the topic. For the other question, research method I used was descriptive cross-sectional survey method. Why descriptive? Because this is a method that is used to describe the characteristics of a population. This is a method that actually helps one to envisage real life situations. Why? We have a case, we have observational, we have survey. I decided to use survey because it is the most flexible approach to collect data. And why cross-sectional is because I was collecting data at once. I was collecting data in a period of 1 month. I couldn't choose longitudinal because it would involve collecting samples over a period of time, and there was no time for that. So next studies coming in, might employ longitudinal and use more time to get more samples and more accurate data. They might also employ monthly, they might also decide to use secondary data that is on a monthly, they might also collect data on a monthly basis, other than the yearly basis I used, so as to get more accurate data and more accurate findings.
Okay, Zainab, let me add something small. The mixed research method you use, we can sum it up by referring to it as parallel convergent mixed research design, because you were collecting both qualitative and quantitative data at the same time. Are you getting me?
Pardon, parallel mix?
A parallel convergent mixed research approach. That is what you used.
Thank you for that.
It's a pleasure and you are welcome.
Okay, I think we are getting some very interesting insights in research. Can we have some two last questions? So there's a question in the chat from Professor Bosse. Hi, sign up. Excellent presentation. Thank you. I have a question. The question is, I have a question. Did every company respond to your questionnaire?
No.
And were there some non-responses?
Yes, the response rate was almost 90%. The target population was 39 companies, but only 35 responded, resulting to an exact value of 89.7% of response.
Were you surprised with that response rate? It is very, very high.
Because this is a new, as you said, research insight coming in. Everyone is interested in the topic, considering it is actually looking at their corporate going concern. So they were interested, plus what I said, I had control. I sent some information before sending the questionnaires. Some information on what is SRI, the importance of SRI, why it will be important for them to actually use it in when making investment decisions. And most of them were surprised to realize that they actually know what is SRI. It's only that they did not know. SRI means selecting investments that are environmentally, socially, and in line with corporate governance.
Okay, thank you, Zainab, for those answers. And I think the Secretariat is recording the questions and the responses, which will help us do a summary and give Zainab the feedback, especially on improving our paper on data collection and data analysis and all those questions which came. Thank you very much, Zainab, and thanks everybody. So I request to move to the next presentation, which I'm seeing Gunjiri Dirangu is going to take us through tax, illicit financial flow in Kenya. So Dirangu will give you 15 minutes to present to us your work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending from where you are getting us from. And I wish to welcome you to my presentation this evening in Kenya. Today, I'm going through a topic on digital taxation and illicit financial flow in Kenya. And why I'm also interested in this topic remembering that in this country, Kenya, for the past 2 years there, Kenyans have been complaining more so on over borrowing, and they have a lot of illicit financial fraud happening in the country. And also from the previous studies, we realized this is an area that has not been done in a big way. And also the other thing that made this, after the COVID-19 came in, we have many online businesses happening. And the online business happen, most of them are not paying their taxes as required by the law. And this made me to start this area. Another reason that made me to start this area, in the country, Kenya, it has been known for scandals, financial scandals for the past some years. So the reason was, why do we have these scandals coming in? Why do we have these big scandals coming on all over again? And finally, the biggest reason that made me to have is that currently, and for the past 5 years, Kenya has been having many projects going on. How are these projects going on? Are they paying taxes as required by the law? This made me to have this topic coming on board. Thank you. As introduced, my name is Dirango Ngonjiri. I'm a PhD student at the University of Nairobi. Welcome to the presentation. Sorry, it was frozen. I don't know why. I hope you can see my slide now.
Yes, the slide is moving.
Okay, thank you. Well, when we talk about digital marketplace, this is a platform where buyer and seller interact electronically. Most ways are like e-commerce platform, whereby a buyer goes online and put an order of a product, and there's a seller on the other end that sell the product to him or her. But are these two people, are they paying taxes at the same time? It is financial fraud. It's not limited to crime and corruption and tax evasion. These are increasing concern all over the world, whereby we have financial fraud happening globally. And this is an area that we need to have more keen interest in it. And to curb this financial fraud, digital technologies using for example, Internet of Things and using nanometrics, they need to be used so that we can be able to emerge preferred methods among ways that we can close these loopholes in the tax treaties. Because we globally have different tax treaties. For us to have good communicate between our tax treaties, we need to come together using technology so that we can be able to reduce this financial fraud. It is financial fraud is a problem more so in the least developed countries and in Kenya, which is very big way. And this is because the money that we are getting in this country, is coming here and then going back to another country. And the tax required to be paid is not paid on time. This financial fraud mostly occurs through invoicing, dealing with contraband goods. For example, we have sugar, we have rice happening in this country. Transfer pricing, which is happening in big way in this country. We have corruption. Corruption can be a bigger way. It can be corruption whereby you find that we have mega scandals that happen in the country before. And also we have the human and drug trafficking. In the past, drug trafficking has been big issue in the country, as well as have human trafficking, although right now human trafficking is minimum. Although Kenya is being used as a transit area for human trafficking to go to other countries globally. Digital taxation targets universal registration of local and foreign firms, whereby we bring the foreign firms and local firms coming to have universal registration. Any company operating in the country, it is universally registered digitally, and we're able to know its operation and what it does, and able to know if it is able to pay the tax required, and if it's able to raise the revenue it has required, is it the correct revenue or not the correct revenue. The research we review the published and grade literature to explore various ways of financial fraud. Mostly we use the secondary data, thus we have the published literature in the market. Introduction of digital service tax is a means of actively strengthening international financial fraud. When we have digital taxation coming on board, we are trying to have good international financial flow, but we have people who are using the same system to evade tax globally. Digital technologies and the challenges. One, interconnection of fraud and taxation. Fraud and tax evasion is a global issue, and it's big in the telecommunication sector, whereby different people globally use the telecommunication sector to overcome and to evade tax. And also we have the interconnection of fraud, whenever fraud occurs in any country, it is not in that country alone. We have different sectors that countries that the same fraud has happening. Maybe a case in a point you can remember, some years back, we have KRA, where we had a fraud in KRA. Many different people from different countries were in that net of corruption or fraud, whereby it was noted that it's a global fraud happening in the country. Digital technologies is a sure enabler of illegal money transfer. Whenever you have digital technologies coming on board, it's enable the illegal transfer of money. For one reason, it's very fast. The other reason, whenever it is moving very fast, it takes time before it is recognized it has happened, and we recognize immediately it is happening or it has already happened. The criminal doesn't care about the source of illegal money. So whenever you're transferring the money, the criminal doesn't know, is this illegal money or not illegal money? So the criminal just transfer the money, either legal or illegal income, whatever it will be. And then we have the other challenge, automation, speed, and the cross-border nature. We have automation, which is very fast, and the speed is very fast. So you can, at a click of a button, whenever fraud happens, it goes to the other end, the transaction can be completed immediately. And another area that is becoming more challenging is use of digital currencies. We have the Bitcoins coming on board. This is an area that whereby digital technologies having challenges because of it. And finally, we have online casino, e-gaming, and also we have online betting on website, whereby money out of fraud, money out of tax evasion, it is being used in online casino and e-gaming. And finally, we have the e-commerce. Anybody can buy through e-commerce from money that is gotten through fraud, and that's causing fraud through tax evasion. The significance of the study. One of the significance is improving the livelihood of people in developing countries, and more in this case, Kenya. When we are able to reduce the illicit financial flow from Kenya, we're able to improve livelihood of the Kenyans, and this will be improved by less borrowing and having more infrastructure coming on board and improving the economical status of the people. The other reason, important to improve to various stakeholders, including policymakers and other interested parties. Policymakers, Kenya Revenue Authority, Central Bank of Kenya, the national government. This is an important study for them to adapt. Another thing of the study, contribute to the existing literature. Already we have some literature in other areas globally. This will be able to contribute more on it. And finally, enhance the tax collection capability. Right now, KRA has come in a different structure, different way of tax correction to try to reduce the tax evasion and reduce financial flow. Using this study, we're able to develop more capability on how to reduce to improve the tax correction, and not only in the national government, even in our county government, in 47 counties, this to be used on how to reduce tax evasion from our Kenyans and other people. The objective of the study, establish the digital taxation, set up Kenya to curb the flow of illicit finance in the country, and also establish digital technologies on how they facilitate illicit financial flows. And finally, establish if the introduction of digital taxation will reduce the flow of illicit financial flows. The methodology of the study. Descriptive study design of research was used to establish the relation between the country introducing digital taxation and reducing illicit financial flow. And the target population was in Kenya, and most of the secondary data was used, which was in Kenya, which was corrected from World Bank publication and also from the National Treasury publications. The best year was year 2014, and of the current study focusing on digital technologies and achieving high revenue beyond 2021. The tax rate among the sampled countries, that's the 47 countries in the country, was corporate and income tax. The database of current study were found from published data from individual countries, and in Kenya from World Bank, which is a global Findex website. And also the data was analyzed using SPSS. The findings, accurate measures of illicit financial flow remains problematic despite multitude of data being available. By this, the measures that are in place, they are problematic, they are not able to be implemented because of digital digital taxation. In the country, we are not able to adapt fully on digital taxations. And the key facilitator of this financial flow include the government agencies, the police, the military, and the tax governing authorities, that's the KRA, and the county governments at revenue collectors at that level. Kenya is losing more of its revenue through this because they are doing a lot of businesses with multinational corporations, doing infrastructure projects and other public-private partnership. Most of these projects, we find that when the loans are given from the international donors or foreign countries, the funds are coming to work in Kenya, but they are not channeled direct to the national government. So whenever revenue is being got, the taxation is not paid in this country. Then any money that is coming from foreign country is come to do the project in Kenya, then the money goes back to the foreign country. Similarly, when we have PP's project, it's similar the same way. PP project is happening in this country, but the money is from foreign country, but it's not channeled through the national system. It's just from foreign country, direct to the project, and then the money goes back to the foreign country. In that area, the country is losing out of taxation and through the tax evaders, although there's some arrangement from the government, but we need to reduce the tax evasion in this kind of scenario. The result indicates direct correlation in government in providing enabling environment of technology access, because the government is not offering the technology, is not offering the right environment to reduce this and reducing this finance flow. The government is more so like trying to make this financial flow grow in a way, because whenever you have a PP project and the money is not going to Kenyan system, the money will come and go back to where it came from. And we have the political goodwill is not there, because we find that most of for it to be effective, we need to have a political goodwill from the political class, from the executive, and maybe the legislative, and we're able to reduce the effective tax regimes and lacking of fuel tax evasion. When you don't have proper rules from the legislation, the tax evasion is still coming on board. We need to have proper registration on this. The impact of this financial flow on social and political and economic development agenda is quite severe, making the country depend more so on the foreign aid, because we are not collecting most of the revenue we are supposed to collect, because the money is going back to foreign aid, and the other money is going through the fraud. The recommendation: we need to strengthen our tax system, such as using digital taxation system, social media surveillance. We need to know when people are working on social media, what are they doing? What business do they do? And also we need to see the business they are doing. Are they able to limit? Are they able to declare the correct revenue? Another area we can do, we have, for example, the top 100 companies. We have many companies that are top 100 companies, but the tax they declare is minimum. So they realize they have tax evasion, and this is not the way it's supposed to be. And correction to curb the tax evasion and other capital flights that goes to other countries. In the past, also, which is already happening, we have even some listed companies. They have offshore companies in different countries, which are tax havens. In these countries, they open their company there, and they declare their revenue in that country. So Kenya will be losing a lot of tax because the money is not declared, the revenue is not declared in Kenya. There's need to create awareness available for all international instruments and legal obligation in the area. Globally, different revenue authorities need to come together and create the awareness of this financial flows that is happening globally. And finally, we need to have multi-policy area to design from the legislative and the executive, and also the county government. We need to have a multi-policy area that come in on board and have proper policy on how to reduce this, and the form of government policy on intervention to curb this financial flow to make them more effective in the country. The challenges: the data does not capture the full magnitude of the public funds. The data that, remember, that was secondary data, did not capture the full magnitude of the public funds. And pointers on the factors investigated in the literature and based on future research in this field address the gaps to be identified. The closing remarks: the research study shows how moving from traditional means of doing business to digital technologies has facilitated this in developing nations. So as a country, we are moving to digital economy. they are moving to online business. We need to come with proper policies to reduce the weak regulation that we have so that we can be able to minimize the tax evasion and illicit financial flow from this economy. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Back to you, Doc.
Okay, thank you, Ndirangu, for that presentation on digital tax and illicit financial flow. Currently, the taxman is actually complaining so much that people have a very expensive lifestyle and they are not paying taxes. So I think this is what they are looking for, digital tax. So they want to tax you more. So without wasting a lot of time, I invite questions to Ndirangu. One question just before the others, illicit financial flow. How will you capture this illicit financial flow? So you can answer that as you also answer other questions. You can start by answering that illicit financial flow.
Thank you, Doc, for that. It's a good question. Uma?
Yes, Daktari. Hello?
Yes, your hand is up. You have a question?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Gunjiri, for the presentation. I have a question, maybe just two questions. One, in Kenya, KRA have tried to implement iTax. We have iTax in Kenya. And I believe that is digital taxation. But despite that, we still have problems of money laundering and people not paying tax. So what is the problem? Did you manage to capture, despite digital taxation being implemented in Kenya through iTax, we still have tax evasion, and which is a big challenge. So where is the gap? What is the problem? And the second question, which is the last question, I can't see data analysis, your data analysis, a summary of your data analysis. Thank you.
Yes, there is also a question from Professor Bosse. You can also answer that question. So Ndirangu, can you start by answering those three questions? Then we continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc. Well, we have issue about, starting from your first question, Doc, about minimizing the illicit financial flow in this country. Well, the issue of financial flow is more so a challenge issue also globally. And as Kenya and Africa, we have weak, especially in technology. This is where we have the biggest weakness, and cabinet will make us more weak on it. But we have strategies that international cooperation is required for us to be able to curb it. When we have international cooperation from different countries, and we have different information exchanges where they come together, they exchange information for any transaction happening globally to be able to reduce the illicit financial flow. And also we need to have physical transparency. And whenever country, for example, in UK, these are transparency between UK and Kenya. This transparency will be helping to reduce the illicit financial flow happening in Kenya and going to UK. And another area, we need to develop, understand the nature of this financial flow from as a country and the obstacles that developing it. So if we're able to understand which are the weakest point that this financial flow happens, this we're able to come with solution out of it. Currently, as a country, you just know the few issues, for example, corruption and crimes. There are many areas, for example, the taxation evasion globally and the tax havens. That's another area that we're able to know. When we are more able to know this, we're able to exchange information with other countries and reduce this financial flow. Then coming to other question about iTax. Yes, we have digital taxation. iTax is there, but we have very minimum about declaration. This country, you find that over 70% of the GDP is supported by SMEs. But you find that 70% of these SMEs, they don't pay their taxation. Reason why do they pay their taxation? Out of the study, we realize that most of the SMEs, they say that they don't see what the government is doing with their money. So they don't want to declare the tax because they want to see what the government is doing with their money. And they say the corruption is very high in the country. So why should I give the money to the government and the money is not using the right area? Another reason why people are not declaring through the tax issue, we only find that in this country it's mandatory to have the PIN number, but most of these people, they are not on iTax. They have the PIN number, a physical one, but they don't have the iTax part of it. So they are not able to declare the tax issue, the taxation, the tax from their businesses. Another issue that is making people not to declare their tax. In the country, you find that people who are in iTax, their employment, people in self-employment, they don't declare the taxation. So we need to bring this in self-employment, bring them on iTax. And there are no awareness that is required to be done by KRA and other government agencies should come on board. They do this awareness to people and let them see the benefits of paying the taxation and what required from them. Then there's an issue about the data analysis. Yes, it's not there. I didn't have the slide on it, but on my Word document, the data analysis is there on the slide document. That one I'll share in the Word document is there. Then there is a question from Prof about this highlight an important challenge of digital payment system. Are you aware that new GRI standard on tax reporting transparency? Yes, I'm aware of that. Are Kenyan companies or PP agencies reporting under this new standard? Thank you, Prof, for this question. Yes, currently, Kenya is starting to adopt a new standard, GRI standards, and very soon you're able to see the changes in the reporting way. And out of this, you find that KRA was able to increase beyond the revenue correction due to the new standards that they're able to report. So we are hoping that whenever it's fully adapted, we'll be having more declaration and more revenue and able to curb this financial fraud. Back to you, Doc.
Thanks, Ndirangu, for answering those questions. And I'm actually even surprised that the study is saying that we are not paying taxes. Us as SMEs, we are paying a lot of taxes to the government. We are paying licenses, we are paying VAT, we are paying county governments. And the findings from Ndirangu is that we are not paying enough. Anyway,
Doc, maybe I can make
no, that was not meant
on that.
That was not meant for.
Do you know why, Prof? Maybe I can say this. Why?
Yes.
As SMEs, we are not paying taxation. When you go, for example, when you buy a product from Kirinyaga Road, most of these guys, they don't have VAT. You find that they have two machines. They ask you, do you need a VAT machine, VAT receipt? If you don't need a VAT receipt, they will not give you the receipt. They give you a different receipt. When you go to the SMEs who are operating in what they so-called Juakari in this country, they don't have VAT machines in themselves. So out of this, we are not paying the taxation. So SMEs, they don't pay taxation compared to the corporate companies. Corporate companies, they must require the VAT tax, the VAT obligation. But SMEs, they don't require. And you find that most of the VAT SMEs, they are below the 5 million threshold. They are for them to pay VAT, but they declare they are below 5 million threshold. So they always self-declaration below 5 million. But you find the business they operate is beyond 5 million. So that's why we don't pay the right amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I come on board, Professor?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Professor, for the opportunity. And then Mr. Ndirangu, thank you very much for the impactful presentation. Critical questions will be, why will people be unwilling to pay taxes? Because payment of taxes is usually a problematic issue. Nobody want to pay tax freely or willingly. But if you look at the issue, you will ask, why will people not want to pay tax? One, it is always due to what? Greedy nature of what? Human. And when you look at the system globally, you realize that most of the multinational companies, the rich, try to evade taxes more than the poor. If you observe the current trends from the tax havens, it's usually the multi-billion companies who are moving their monies to those particular places to be able to avoid the payment of what? Taxes. So how do we tackle that pandemic? How do we tackle the issue in Africa? Number one, we need to strengthen the tax collection systems. The Kenya Tax Revenue Authority, the Ghana Revenue Authority, among others, will have to strengthen the regulations and the rules to make things tighter and difficult for people to what? To evade taxes, especially those who are engaged in what? The illicit financial flows. Number two, we need to also put in place significant and important monitoring tools to be able to ensure that this e-levy or these digital taxes are what? Appropriately collected and then applied to improve the lives of the people. Sometimes our people don't want to pay taxes because they have suspicions that when the politicians collect the taxes, they will not use it for the benefit of what? The people. And then finally, I want to find out, how were you able to mine your data? Did you rely on secondary data? How were you able to collect your data on the nature of the e-taxes and how people are evading that system in Kenya? These are my few observations, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Doc, for that insight. Well, my data was more so secondary data. And you're right, people in Kenya and most multinational companies in Kenya, they have a tax haven company somewhere else where they declare their taxes. They don't declare the taxes in Kenya. So whenever they declare taxes in another area, which is minimum, they make the Kenya to lose the tax it's required to tax from the business. And as you indicated, the rich don't pay tax. Why don't they pay? Because they believe they need to make more money and they don't need to give the government money. The government, they have that scenario that the government has more money. And the other big issue that is in Kenya, the lack of political goodwill. When you don't have political goodwill in tax issues, we're never able to get the required taxation. We're never able to collect tax as required. It's just this year and last year, when we have Spy Master, KRA Commissioner, that's becoming more technology, that's trying to get more people to pay taxation. And if you can remember in the country, there is what they used to call Kamata Friday. We have many people have been for more than 20 years, they're not been paying their taxes. But whatever they declare, they do minimum declaration. Another issue, we have the taxpayers that collaborate with the taxman. When I talk the taxman, is the employees in the Kenya Revenue Authority. Whenever they go there, they declare minimum tax. And they talk, whatever they talk, and then they declare the list they can declare, and the tax is not about paid in the system. Those are some of the issues that you find they happen in Kenya. Another issue that is maybe is not there is a big way. The individuals in this country, they don't operate on an individual. They operate as company. So whenever they operate as company and partners, they declare their tax in group or in a company, not as an individual tax. So this area you find that it's the same person, but using different companies for that purpose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you have one or two last questions for Dirango?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I am okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in today's program. I look forward to attending subsequent ones in future. I am so excited, and then greetings from Ghana. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for those good comments. So we are moving on. So we can close the presentation on ITAX, and we move on to the next presenter. I think it was Boniface Kinyua, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it was Theophilus Mudoka, but I will go in if you allow me to.
Okay, then we'll followed by Mudoka. Yes, go.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Thank you, Dr. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Boniface Kinyua. First of all, greetings to everybody who is in this conference, wherever you are in the world. My name is Boniface Kinyua. I'm a PhD student at the University of Nairobi, business administration, specializing in finance. And I'll take you through, my topic is information asymmetry and dividend payout policy of listed financial institutions. This is a critical literature review. Now, mostly a decrease in information asymmetry between investors and owners normally contributes to many problems between the shareholders and the agents. And therefore, information to the investors is very vital, because most of the investors or those people who invest in different companies or businesses, they want to know how that particular business or company in which they're investing how it is faring on, its financial performance, its valuation, and many other aspects. Therefore, whenever the management, in this case the agents, hide vital information from the investors or the shareholders, it becomes an issue or a problem. And due to this study, or due to the many happenings or the many problems or the many hurdles that exist between shareholders and investors, I was motivated to carry out this research, considering that I have attended annual general meetings of various companies, that is before COVID came in, the physical meetings. And in such meetings, you will see that there are heated exchanges and arguments between the shareholders and the management, because shareholders would want certain information from the management, and the management is holding such information. And this is due to, and this contributes to an increase in the asymmetry of information between the two parties. Most of the companies, the management have been involved in corruption. And for them to be able to undertake their bills, they normally hide key and vital information from the investors. And this fact of hiding very important information is actually an increase, or contributes to the asymmetry of information increasing between the two parties also. Majority of the companies, especially here in Kenya, have also been placed under a receivership due to poor performance. Others have ended up winding up due to mismanagement. And all this is as a result of very important information being kept away from the investors. And this also contributes or increases the asymmetry of information between the investors and the agents. Therefore, this research, I try to analyze or to critically review various literature, and especially in the sector of the financial institutions at the Nairobi Security Exchange, which and these sectors are divided into depository and non-depository institutions, with the depository institutions being, for example, banks and the SACCOs, that is the deposit-taking SACCOs, whereas the non-depository institutions included the insurance and the brokerage firms, among others. All these institutions are controlled by various governing bodies, especially here in Kenya, with the banks being controlled by the CBK, that is the Central Bank of Kenya, and the SACCOs being controlled by the SASRA, that is the SACCOs Society Regulatory Authority, and the insurance companies are being controlled by and governed by the IRA, that is the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Now, in this study, there are two variables: the asymmetric information, or the asymmetry of information, and the dividend policy. Now, the asymmetry, the information asymmetry, as defined by Mishkin and Inkins in 2012, asymmetry of information is a state that occurs if one party does not have proper knowledge of the other party participating in a transaction. That is, one party has an upper hand over the other party as far as a transaction is concerned. And by the virtue of the fact that one party has an upper hand over the other party, definitely it will benefit more compared to the other party. Okpara from Nigeria in 2010 defined information asymmetry as far as investment is concerned as is an investment that occurs once certain shareholders. It is investment. It is something that occurs where once certain shareholders or investors do not have classified information about the worth of the company, which the other shareholders within the same company have within a given same period of time. Certain shareholders might have information that the other shareholders don't have, and this is an added advantage over them in terms of how they are going to invest in that company and in the know-how of how the company operates. Now, information asymmetry or asymmetry information is measured or described or has 4 indicators as far as this review is concerned. The first being adverse selection. We have moral hazard. We have voluntary earnings disclosure, and we have the number of analysts following firms. Now, this being somewhat technical terms, adverse selection states that, according to Mehdi, Sarah, and Mayahi in 2014, they define adverse selection, or they state it as a kind of disproportionate information in a financial structure in which those involved in a business benefit from information over the others. Now, moral hazard, on the other hand, defined by the same authors.
Dirango, your slides are not moving. For us to follow, try to move your slides.
Okay, I'm actually sorry for that. I'm actually defining the indicators of asymmetry information. So moral hazard, on the other hand, as far as information asymmetry is concerned, is the desire is the desire in a contract or a potential transaction in which the other party benefits and the other one does not benefit. In this case, for example, the principal agent problem may arise due to moral hazard because there's conflict of interest and the information is not being shared between the two. While voluntary earnings disclosure is an event that communicates the financial performance of a company and provides information that market participants are not aware of. Whereas the number of analysts following a firm, as far as that is concerned, is whereby the analysts, those people who analyze various companies, they follow a firm so as to get information from that company. Therefore, the greater the number of those analysts following that firm, the weaker the asymmetry information will be, and this is an advantage to the investors. Dividend policy, on the other hand, as defined by Nissim and Ziv, is the strategies or the rules or the regulations or the guidelines that management may follow while appreciating or rewarding the investors who have invested in a given company. And these are measured, or the indicators of dividend policy, the profitability of a company, the growth of a company, the size of a business of a company, and the dividend per share. Now, I looked into various into the research problem as far as the review is concerned, and I realized from the research problem that there were conflicting findings from different researchers. Some researchers indicated that there is a positive relationship between asymmetry, information asymmetry, and dividend payout policy. Others indicated that there is a negative relationship between the two variables, whereas others indicated that there is both a positive and a negative relationship between information asymmetry and dividend payout policy. And all these results indicated conflicting findings, with Abubakar in 2019 finding a positive relationship between those two variables, Mehdi, Sarah, and Mayahi in 2014, and Okpara in 2010 also found a positive relationship between information asymmetry and dividend payout policy. Whereas Basdik and Hussein in 2012 found that there is a both positive and negative relationship between those two variables. Harake, Mata, and Sayua in 2010, and Anastin, Mohadi, Sutejo in 2010, Lee and Zhao in 2008, and Deshmukh in 2005 found that there is a negative relationship between information asymmetry and dividend payout policy. Locally, Keme in 2014 carried out a research in Mombasa County to find out the impacts of information asymmetry in the banking sector, and there was lack of theories informing the studies, and there was also a conceptual gap. Deshmukh, on the other hand, in 2005, carried out a study on the relationship between information asymmetry and dividend payout policy, and he focused on the manufacturing companies that transact at the New York Stock Exchange and the Amex, that is the American Stock Exchange. And this study represented a contextual gap because it was done in a developed country and also in the manufacturing sector only. In Iran, a research was done to find out the effects of asymmetric information on dividend payout policy. The duration of the study was short, it was just 2 years, and this indicated a methodological gap. Lack of inconsistency, lack of adequate empirical literature motivated me or contributed to this review to be carried out in order to answer the question, what is the effect of information asymmetry on dividend payout policy of listed financial institutions? Therefore, the research objective is to determine the effect of information asymmetry on dividend payout policy of listed financial institutions. There are various theories in the theoretical literature review, theories underpinning and informing this study. I looked into 4 of them: the agency theory, the signaling theory, the pecking order theory, and the free cash flow theory. Well, the agency theory was developed by Jensen and Meckling in 1976, and it's all about the conflict of interest that arise between company owners, that is the managers, and the shareholders who act as the principal, resulting into agency problems, resulting also into agency costs, because maybe the managers fail to act in good faith.
Boniface,
yes.
Boniface,
Yes.
Can you take us to the slides? Take us to the slide you're presenting. We are only seeing the title. Please.
Oh, the slide. Okay, sorry, I was not able to capture. I was not able to. I just captured them under the titles of the theories, the headings. I didn't know. I was not able to capture them in terms of. That's why I'm explaining them. I'm trying to explain them so as to save time. If you allow me, please. Okay, signaling. As far as signaling theory is concerned, it was developed by Akerlof and Arrow. But it was developed as a signaling in marketing, but Spence developed it further into a theory in 1973. And this theory was aimed at reducing the information asymmetry between the two parties, the principals and the agents. Whereas the pecking order theory, which was developed by Myers and Majlouf in 1984, this theory also was concerned with the information, classified, crucial information that is being held by the agents from the shareholders. And this theory also further indicated that funding of the investments of companies were to be done, especially by considering the retained earnings being the cheapest way of doing it, followed by the debt and the equity funding. Whereas free cash flow theory, with this theory, now that cash is being dished out and being given out, with this theory, cash being given out tended to reduce the dividends which would be paid out to the shareholders. And this contributed to the companies being listed in the stock exchange so as to raise more funds and be able, by being listed in the stock exchange, they will definitely have to share information, therefore reducing the information asymmetry. The empirical literature review, various research were being done by various researchers. In 2020, Harake and the other authors did a research and to evaluate the response of dividend policy on asymmetric information changes. The study used a distinct research design. It was done in the US. It was done in the US public it was done on the US public and UK public companies. And the results showed that the US companies are increasing their dividend payments relative to UK companies due to the SOX, or the Sarbanes-Oxley Act enactment, which was able to reduce the asymmetric information. Ernestine in 2010-20, together with the other authors, examined the impact of information asymmetry on dividend policy of non-financial companies listed in the Indonesian Stock Exchange. The findings of this study concluded that there was presence of information asymmetry among managers and investors, but this did not affect in any way the dividend strategy. Mehdi et al. In 2014, he did explored asymmetric information and dividend payout policy in Iran. This was done in the Tehran Stock Exchange, and the results indicated that there was a strong correlation linking the information asymmetry and the ratio of dividend payments, confirming that they were confirming the signaling theory in the Iranian capital market. Okwara in Nigeria did a study in 2010 to determine the association of asymmetric information and dividend policy in the Nigerian Securities Exchange, used the vector error correlation model, augmented Dekefula and Johansson co-integration tests, and the researcher discovered supporting evidence of dividend policy being significantly associated with information asymmetry. Locally, Kemei in 2014, like I mentioned before, did a study in Mombasa County, determined the effects of information asymmetry in the banking sector, and he used a conceptual structure model, descriptive research design, which was used, and the paper advocated the use of protective measures to reduce the effects of information asymmetry on the banking sector. Check in 2014 analysis of the size of funds listed at the NSE on the asymmetry of information concerning earning disclosure. This was done on 41 companies, listed companies. Yes?
Boniface, you can now just, can just now conclude, please?
Yeah, I'm concluding. Thank you. I'm concluding. This is the conceptual framework.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, concluding. This is the conceptual framework. The independent variables, indicators, adverse selection, moral hazard, voluntary earning disclosure, the number of analysts following our firm. Whereas in the dividend payout policy, the indicators of the dividend per share, profitability and growth, and the size of the firm acted as a control variable. So in summary, conclusion, recommendation, there are conflicting findings as I indicated initially. Positive, with some studies giving positive, others negative, others giving positive and negative results. Therefore, in conclusion, information asymmetry, reduced information or a decrease in information asymmetry is very important to a company, because the shareholders will be able to know how the company operates and to get information about the future expectations of a company, so as they may be able to know on how to continue investing or maybe to invest in other different companies. Recommendation, Similar studies should be done in financial firms, and different variables other than the ones that I've mentioned of adverse selection, moral hazard, earnings disclosure, among others, should be used. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Boniface, for that literature review, critical literature review on information asymmetry and dividends. We are asking ourselves: dividends? Does dividends payments or policy give us a signal about those companies? So those are the issues which are coming up from that critical literature review. So any question from colleagues, students? Yes, Dr. Eli, go ahead.
Dr. Kira, I'd want to ask Boniface, I've seen he is doing a critical review of literature, but he has indicated the context. He's talking of non-financial listed firms. I thought if he's doing a critical literature review, he should just talk about the topic and that does not bring in the context. He should look at the study variables first and see how they relate and what literature says about it. What is his answer about that?
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Eli. In fact, looking at my topic, I had indicated information asymmetry and dividend payout policy of listed financial institutions, a critical literature review. I did not indicate where, but I've realized where I've made a mistake in one of the slides. I've mentioned NSC, which maybe I ought not to have mentioned because it is a critical literature review. Thank you for your observation.
But when you are already talking about the listed firms, already you are contextualizing the study. Maybe it would make sense to talk about information asymmetry and dividend payout, a critical literature review.
Oh, thank you for your observation and correction. I'll look into that.
Yeah, so we need to open it up to look at all firms, all institutions.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Any other question? So you also need to make sure that your conclusions are coming up very clearly, especially your research gaps. The gaps you have identified, I've not heard you talking about them. Make sure they are very clear so that when you go out to carry out the study, you know where you are heading to.
Thank you, Dr. Kiro.
Yes, so I think because of time, we can move to the last presentation. Theophilus Mudoka.
Yes, Dr. Okiro.
We'll give you exactly 15 minutes.
That is noted. Good evening, everyone. My name is Theophilus John Mudoka, and I'll be presenting on a topic titled Mergers and Acquisitions and Capital Structure Among Financial Institutions. It's also a critical literature review. And just to note that what Dr. Eli had mentioned, he had corrected the earlier presenter, Boniface, on contextualizing the topic. I will probably amend that one after the presentation. This paper was co-authored by Professor Cyrus Zuraya and Dr. Zipporah Onsum. I'll be very brief and quick because of time. Well, the effects of mergers and acquisitions are very dynamic and they vary. Some are deliberate and some are non-deliberate. They range from alteration of debt to repurchasing of shares and corporate decisions such as mergers and acquisition. Some of these effects of mergers and acquisition on capital structure include the lowering of risk when the cash flow position of merging firms are imperfectly correlated. The other critical effect is that there's always an increase in leverage with higher tax benefits when the firms are optimally levered. When we come to mergers and acquisition, this is defined as the consolidation of an organization's asset through various types of financial transactions, including purchase of assets, there's acquisition and mergers, and then management acquisition, consolidation or tender offers. Why mergers and acquisition? These will act as the motivation for this topic and for the presentation. Mergers and acquisitions play a very critical role in the external corporate expansion, which is dissimilar to any internal expansion decisions, because external corporate expansion plans do act as approach for corporate restructuring and control measures as well. Mergers and acquisition can enable rapid growth of entities and is also an apparatus for capital market adherence. Most of the markets are regulated and they do have capital requirements that financial firms should meet. And it is one of the motivation for mergers and acquisition among financial institutions. We have two major forms of mergers and acquisition. First one is generic mergers and acquisition, which is divided into horizontal and vertical mergers. Then we have conglomerate, which involves two firms from dissimilar industries with a name of diversifying capital investment and achieving economic scale. You'll note that capital investment is also one of the critical roles why financial institutions do merge. When you go to congeneric, we have horizontal, where this is where two firms from the same industry merge to have a better competitive edge. Then we have the vertical mergers and acquisition, which occurs when the acquiring firm and the target firm have a business relationship of upstream supplier and downstream buyer in the chain value. That's according to Chain 2003. Capital structure is defined as the long-term sources of funds, which include the long-term debts, debentures, preference, share capitals, according to Pandey 1999. Capital structure decisions are anchored on the balance between the cost and benefits of financing. That is the tax shield and the cost of using debt. That is according to Usley 2006. In the financial institution, we have two major measures of capital structure. That is the total capital ratio, which measures the volume of a bank's capital in relationship to the amount of risk the bank takes. Second one is the core capital ratio, which refers to the minimum amount of capital that a thrift bank, which is also known as a savings or a loan, banks must maintain on hand in order to comply with the regulations. Those are the two major measures of capital structure. Financial institutions are defined as the intermediaries in funds circulation. Mergers and acquisition is one of the major strategies used by these financial institutions to adopt business changes, including structural modification, business competition, technological innovation, and financial enlargement. Financial enlargement is noted to be one of the critical reasons why financial institutions do merge, especially in the growing economies. Mergers and acquisitions in the financial sector are mainly motivated by scale effects in the case of horizontal mergers, and in conglomerates, it's motivated by operations and capital diversity, while in the vertical mergers, it's motivated by cost reduction. That's according to Hankins 2011. Now I'll look at the role of external factors and firm performance. The literature reviewed noted that external factors and the firm performance were the intervening and moderating factors, respectively. And because M&A is very broad and versatile, it requires an extensive insight and consideration of its various forms. So I'll go directly to the external factors, which is our moderating factor. We had the first one as the economic factor, which included the market risk and inflation, which according to the literature reviewed has a tendency to reduce the leverage levels of merged firms. The second effect was the fluctuating asset returns. Then there was the same economic factors do influence composition of equity and debt, and also affect cash flow. Other external factors that were noted included the political and regulatory environment. This one affects the considerations when it comes to acquisition. It also affects tax payments. We have had a lot of, or some financial institutions merging, getting exemptions of tax, and also renegotiating the consideration payment. So regulation and political interference and regulation environment is a critical external factors that affects capital structure during mergers and acquisition. Now we look at the role of the intervening variable, which is the firm performance. The study had identified two variables, that is the return on assets and return on equity. Firms which have a potential to perform positively provided the management is effective and the firm assets are managed properly. When it comes to leverage is directly associated with long-term debts and has a significant negative impact on merger performance by reducing the return on assets. Short-term debts are noted to negatively affect the asset turnovers in the first few years of the merger, with most firms realizing a high asset turnover after the first year. This is the conceptual framework showing the variables, the indicators and the measures. Mergers and acquisition was measured by the announcement effects. From the literature reviewed, it was noted that once a merger or an acquisition is announced, it affects several aspects, including the prices of the stocks. They tend to go higher, which in turn affects the valuation of the firm. This will have, of course, a negative impact when it comes to acquisition. The acquirer might have to pay higher consideration. The dependent variable, which was capital structure, was basically the measures of capital structure in the financial sector, which is total capital ratio and co-capital ratio. The relationship between the two variables was intervened by firm performance, and the measures were return on assets and return on equity. The moderator, as indicated earlier, was external factors, and the indicators were political and regulatory environment, the economic factor, competition, and technology. Moving to the theoretical association, the study was anchored on four theories. The first one was the static trade-off theory, which presumes that a firm balances its marginal present value of interest tax shield against the cost of financial distress. This is by Shyam and Myers in 1999. The second theory was the pecking order theory, which implies that managers or agents will prefer using internal financing first, followed by debt, and then finally, as the last, they'll use or issue new equity. That one was by Myers and Maljuf in 1984. Efficiency theory was the third one. It suggests that mergers and acquisition, which distribute resources, have a high chance of social benefits. It says that mergers and acquisition provide avenues of redistributing capital of the firm for optimal use. That was by Wolf and others in 2011. The last one was a synergy gain theory. It implies that the value of a joint firm is possibly greater than the acquiring firm and target firm separately. The gain arises from the financial or operating synergies that are brought about by economies of scale and of operations, and it was developed by Ansoff in 1965. I'll go to the findings and conclusion of the study. Given firm performance, farm indicators, the synergy gained in mergers and acquisition increases, the leverage levels of a financial institution, allowing them to access more debts based on equity and asset level. Performance was noted to intervene in various ways, including prevailing between creation of synergy and leverage levels through profitability assessments. The major attributes of mergers and acquisition that boost a firm capital structure was found to be synergy created in the merger. This is generated by combined asset base and consolidation of cash flow, efficiency gain through increased operational resources and strategic valuation of the new entity. Recommendation for further studies. The study recommended that further studies can be conducted on capital structure of non-banking sector. This is purely because most of the research done were on the banking sector, and the other financial institutions were not really considered, or rather there was not much literature done on other financial institutions, which included credits and cooperative societies, commercials and retail banks, maybe microfinancing, lending institutions, and insurance companies. Further studies can also be done moderated by other external factors, including changes in business infrastructure, environmental factors, cultural and social forces. There were some studies that were moderated by cultural and social forces, but lacked interveners in this case. Those were gaps that were noted. The studies can also be done using an accounting that is quantitative measures. Most of the studies that were reviewed used accounting measures, including return on assets and return on return on assets and returns on equity as the measures. Just to mention that there were several gaps that were noted. That majority of the study, as noted earlier, was done in the banking sector, leaving out other areas. So it will be advisable for further studies to be conducted on the same area. Then there are also limitations on the joint effects of all the variables. So the same can be considered. That is the end of my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Theophilus, for that literature review on mergers and acquisitions, and capital structure. It has brought very good insights on how mergers improves capital structures of companies. Those new owners are coming in, so it will affect equity and also debt. And as you noted, you don't have to limit it to financial institutions, because financial institutions, their capital structure is highly regulated. Now, those are just my comments. I'll move on to the colleagues, students, and visitors. Questions to Mudoka.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm seeking guidance, especially from Dr. Duncan and Dr. Okiro. When you're doing critical literature review, do you need to have that analysis? I'm a student, I need guidance.
Yeah, thank you. That one will answer very, very fast. You don't need the data analysis. You just critical literature review. You just review literature. The farthest you can go is theoretical literature review. It's full stop. Yes, any other question? The presenter also indicated that most studies have been done in the banking sector. Yeah, because most mergers, they occur in the banking sector, because there are regulations coming now and again. So they want to increase also their capital base. And those ones in banking sector, they look at performance, most of them, not capital structure. So your study, your little review has taken a good angle looking at capital structure. So any one or two questions, comment before I hand over to Dr. Eli? Yes, thank you very much, the presenters and people who have raised questions, comments, and those who have listened. We have noted your comments, and we are very grateful. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity now to hand back the mic to Dr. Eli. Dr. Eli, welcome.
Thank you, participants for up to now. We're done with day one. Tomorrow we will start day two on time, so that we end on time. Today we had a bit of a hitch at the beginning, which we apologize for. It was a technical hitch that went beyond our management. But we're very grateful. The conference has gone well. Just housekeeping issues. Tomorrow, if you are logging in, kindly log in with your name so that we are able to correctly identify you, whether you are a panelist or an attendee. Pass that information also to all your colleagues who may have logged out for class and other commitments. Thank you and God bless you.